Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Miskatonic Playhouse here live at the Playhouse via Twitch. Tonight, we have quite a remarkable gathering of people, which you can probably see from looking around this digital room. And we're very lucky. We are tonight playing Unremembered by Heinrich Moore. So we're very excited to kind of see this. We're very excited to kind of drive into this. But when I say we, it's Mr. Spike here who's put this all together. So we're going to whip around the room, do quick introductions, so that just make sure that you know everybody, everybody knows you. Yes, we can see you at home. You just don't know that we can see you. Roll sanity. What we'll do is we'll go around the room and say howdy. So Spike, we'll start with you, please.
Hello. I'm Mike, Mr. Spike, as I am known on the interwebs, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here to run this fantastic scenario by Heinrich Moore for all my victims, players, I should say. And yeah, I lurk about on the Discord, and I've been on a few other podcasts doing bits and pieces.
So
And
modest.
also got my own little podcast, Mr. Spike's Bedtime Stories, where I tell tall tales from bygone days and hopefully unsettle you a little before bed, so you get a lovely night's nightmares. Other than that, that's it. Nothing. I'm nothing.
No, it's great. Bedtime stories is fantastic. My kids love it. I mean, they don't
Yeah,
sleep
one coming
anymore,
out
but
tomorrow, hopefully.
excellent.
Barring unforeseen circumstance, there should be the new one out tomorrow.
Fantastic. Right, Steve, let's move on to you. You're a familiar old face around here, Steve.
I'm going to try not to take the old part personally. Uh, I am Steve, and not to start off by disagreeing with our keeper, but you are not nothing. That's my job here. I'm mostly a minion backstage here at the Playhouse, but also play all over Twitch and YouTube, and delighted to be on this side of the screen for once.
I would say if you haven't caught our little Rivers of London series that we did, Steve was responsible for all the editing on that and all the kind of the backstage stuff. And it's a fantastic piece of work. So if you know to watch something and appreciate that side of things, that's something to watch. And you will see Steve's amazing handiwork in action. Yeah, absolutely amazing, Steve. Heather's back for more, everybody.
Hi, everybody. I'm Heather Ashcraft, otherwise known as Valygirl Heather, pretty much on all the socials, and it is wonderful to be back in the Playhouse. It's wonderful to be back with all of you because at one point or another, I have had the wonderful opportunity to be able to play with all these people, and now we get to all do this together. And Steve, it is lovely to see you back in front, face
Yeah.
to face, and not behind the scenes again after being part of the game. Um, this is really exciting. I have heard a lot about this particular scenario. I don't know the details, which is a good thing. That way Spike can do what he is going to do. So I
I
look
do
forward
nothing,
to
you do it to
seeing.
yourself.
That's true. That is true. And just remember, folks, don't lick the mythos because then it tends to lick back.
Mythos.
Oh, I like that. That's a tagline there, Heather. I like that. And I'm really excited here because RQStaffan is in the house, and I haven't played with Staffan before, so this is a first for me. Very excited. Staffan, please tell everybody who you are, what you do. I mean, earlier we just referred to you as Mr. RuneQuest, but you're so much more than that. So please tell the world.
So I'm Staffan, known as RQStaffan, pretty much on all the socials and interwebs. To borrow a tagline from one of my chat colleagues, I lurk in your channel. Um, I also run some occasional streams. So right now we're at about 8 sessions in on Beyond the Mountains of Madness. So that will be around for a couple of years still to come, I suspect. And I'm just absolutely thrilled to be able to sit down and play with this group of masters in a scenario by one of the masters. So it's going to be fun.
Mate, are you keeping that or are you playing?
I'm keeping.
Wow. Okay. That's a big task. That's amazing. You're gonna have to keep us updated about that. It's almost we need like a blog on that. That's amazing. I'm TA Newman, your regular host here at the Miskatonic Playhouse, but you guys know where you can find me and see me and things. You probably tired of me at this point. But what I want to do is hand the reins over to our wonderful keeper, because we're going to jump straight in on this and find out what Mr. Spike has in store for us. So, Mr. Spike, keeper, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Newman. It is 1993. Cast your minds back. Some of us can remember 1993 like it was yesterday. And we are in the city of New Orleans in Louisiana. In fact, it's Friday, the 12th of March, 1993. Our investigators here are all members of or associated with the New Orleans Police Department in some capacity or other. And they've been brought together on this particular Friday morning in order to investigate a missing persons case. A report has come through, and they have been assembled by the commander of the New Orleans Police Department Missing Persons Bureau, a man by the name of Willem Dupree. They have been assembled by him in order to go and look for a young man, teenager, who has been reported missing by his mother. His name is Franklin Dubois, and he and his mother live in the Desire area of New Orleans. And our curtain opens on the Stonewall Drive. The car is sitting just outside 1170 Stonewall Drive, which is the address where the missing person lives. And in the car, which is an unmarked New Orleans police car, we have our 4 investigators. So let us start by meeting them, shall we? Let's see who is sitting in the car. Who's sitting in the driver's seat of this car? Could it possibly be one of our 2 detectives?
Yeah, I don't mind driving. Oh, and yeah, I did.
Your tag.
Put me to the post. It's just because if I drive, no one can moan at me for smoking when I know I shouldn't in a regulation work car, but windows open, just flat out.
It's 1993. You can smoke your heart out, mate.
Then I am chaining, absolutely chaining, sitting in the car with the window open, just kind of staring out of it.
Okay, and who do we see? Would you like to introduce your character?
Yeah, so I am playing a detective, Jean Pinoit, and Jean or Detective Pinoit is he's a no nonsense. You know, he's about the job. Let's say he doesn't really, he does things his way, but I don't want to give too much away. From what the others know about him, he probably thinks that the others think he's not to be messed with. That's the reputation he probably gives off to the others.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. And the other police officer we have, Staffan, would you like to introduce Rico?
Yes. Rico Garcia, or as everybody in the car basically knows him, the Rook, for the Rookie. He's joined the NOLA LAPD in the last 6 months straight out of the Louisiana Police Academy. He's of clear Hispanic descent, so dark hair, slightly swarthier complexion, just about on the height limit for police officer, so comes in at about 5'6", but solidly built with that. He's still got that rookie enthusiasm for the job. Rumor has it that he was top of the class at his academy graduation, although he wasn't the graduating speaker. That went to the son of one of the Baton Rouge police commanders, who barely scraped through with the passing grade. And so yeah, he's actually sitting diagonally back from the driver's seat, so rear right. Whether it's to keep out of the smoke cloud, or whether so he can just keep an anxious eye on the instrument cluster of what the esteemed driver is doing, varies from moment to moment, probably.
Fantastic. Thank you. So who is sitting in the passenger seat then? Who's riding shotgun? Maybe it's Heather, or is it Martha? Who called it?
Well, since we're looking for a youth, I think Martha would definitely be part of that. So in the passenger seat, you have a woman, slightly older. You can tell by the grays in her hair, as she calls it, her earned age, year sprinkles. Um, it's pulled back. It's long hair, a bit messy, but it's attempted to be pulled back in one of those little clips, at least partially to keep it out of her face. You can tell that she is not that she is a practical woman, just due to the basic jeans, t-shirt. She probably has a hoodie or something wrapped around her, or flannel shirt wrapped around her waist and tied off. The bag that she carries, you can probably has a little bit of everything in it. Uh, if you thought if you could mistake her for somewhere like a dresses like a teenager, but definitely is prepared like a mom, even though she has no ring on her very thin fingers, slight frame, fairly short, but the fierceness that she presents herself makes her come across as maybe being bigger, taller, more bigger presence than what the physical frame actually is. Right now, she is probably going through files. There's a file open with some papers. Looks like she is currently looking through to study up on the details of the investigation so far and the child themselves. And she seems very intent on almost like you can almost see the wheels working behind the eyes as they scan through the words on the page.
And we'll see that file in just a few moments. But first, let's meet our final investigator, another associate of the New Orleans Police Department. Steve, do you want to tell us about Heather?
Sure. Heather Long is sitting in the back seat. Well, she's going out on a call with the police, so she has a nice conservative blazer on. Underneath that is a little bit frilly crystal pendant hanging down. Some might be triangular earrings, might be meant to suggest pyramid. She's a consulting psychic who works with the department, and is taking a moment, centering herself, preparing herself to do the officer's job for them. Regular day.
So the Desire projects, the Desire area of New Orleans, it's not a great area. In the early 90s, New Orleans was going through a bit of a difficult time. There was a rise in crime, particularly drug-related crime. Crack cocaine was a fairly new narcotic on the scene, and it was threatening to become a serious problem for the New Orleans Police Department. And with that, and also with quite a number of allegations, not entirely unfounded in many cases, of police corruption within the department, there is a real drive from your boss for this case in order to bring some good PR for the police. This boy has been reported missing by his mother. He was, at least at some point, you think, a fairly good student, and it's going to bring a little bit of positivity, a bit of community service back into the police department. So there's a very heavy kind of impetus from him for you to show the more kind of benevolent face of the NOPD. You're not there to crack heads. You're not there to arrest drug dealers. You're there to find a missing boy. And to that end, you've been provided with a couple of items of use for you. The police report regarding his report as being missing, which came yesterday morning from his mother, and also a photograph of the boy that you're looking for, which has been provided. And if we could please have for the stream handouts 1 and 2, then I will also show them to our players here, and we'll see if we could get someone to read them out. There is your police report. I think Martha, as you're sitting with the kind of manila folder open, looking this over, why don't you read out the police report, and I'll show you a picture of young Mr. Dubois. Can you see that? Okay.
You're on mute, Heather.
All right. That's okay. I had to kind of arrange so I could actually get in on this a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, if you click on the little magnifying glass,
Okay.
it should zoom it in.
Okay. So we have the full name, Arcadia Dubois, 1179 Stonewall Drive, Desire. We have a couple of phone numbers, a home and a work. This is dated March 12th, 1993. Reporting officer Charles Harris, incident summary, domestic disturbance. And it looks like it happened at the residence itself. Actual age of runaway unknown. Officer responded to call to residence of Miss Arcadia Dubois. Miss Dubois reported son Franklin missing as of last night. Missing person, average height, 17 years old, African American, blue jeans, red top, no distinguishing features, no known next of kin, father unknown. Officer noted that he was called to this address at approximately 2200 hours, which, if my math is correct, would be approximately 10 o'clock at night. Previous night in response to anonymous report of a domestic disturbance. Son Franklin was behaving in a threatening manner to mother. Argument over destruction of son's property, had led to violent behavior and damage to living area. Officer subdued son and mother, did not press charges. Officer has previously been called to the same address by mother in fear for her safety during violent altercation with son. Looks like it was not too long ago, just about a month ago. So back in February, and that's March. Argument over whereabouts of boy's father, boy known to NOLA PD and considered volatile, possible drug user. Approach with caution if cited. Well, that is not good. How much of that is teenager and how much of that is trauma?
So you know the officer who took this report, Charles Harris. He is a long-standing police officer of the NOPD, and he is pretty typical of the kind of bad image that your department wants to purge itself of. He's lazy, he's bigoted, he is racist, he is sexist. He's generally not the sort of person that you really want to be investigating one of these kind of cases. But he goes out when he's called out. He takes the statements, and this is the one that he's provided you with. And you can see already as you scan through it, there's a few what look like maybe inconsistencies in the report, which are pretty typical of Harris. He is very sloppy. One of the first things that maybe strikes you is that he didn't even bother writing the report until this morning. And clearly he got the phone call came in, and he went out to see the Dubois to take this initial statement yesterday morning. So at any rate, you have been sent out here, and you can see the area itself. It's pretty run down. It's a poor area. There's a lot of unemployment here. There's a fair bit of crime, there's a lot of it's drug related. There's drug deals go on street corners here. And it's pretty typical of the kind of social decay that you see in some of the areas of New Orleans. But up ahead of you is 1170. The house itself is pretty typical of the other houses in this area. It's a two-story house. It's got a bit of a scrappy front lawn in front of it. This doesn't look like it's been cared for. The house itself is a little run down, paint's peeling a little bit, and there's a small garage sitting beside it as well. Yard out back. There's nothing immediately that strikes you as at all unusual about the house. It's, much like many others that you see around this kind of area.
Okay, this is how it's going to go down. We got to go in. We got to ask her questions. Martha, if you stay with me, Ma could be upset. I think it'd be fantastic if you were there for that. Be able to shoulder to cry on, the social worker stuff you do. That'd be great. Rook, you stay with me. You watch, you listen, you learn. You hear?
Oh, yes, sir.
Right. Heather, always a pleasure to have you with us. No, listen, we maybe go in. Let's gauge the family. Let Martha gauge the Ma before we start getting out our crystals and our incense and stuff. You know what I mean?
She's going to hold her tongue because if she said anything, it would be rude.
Even though he's been flippant with you, Heather, he does believe. He's lifelong in New Orleans. He will absolutely have an investment in this. So he probably doesn't mean to be rude by saying it, even though he is being rude. Just thought to communicate that one before I go down that rabbit hole. Okay. Any questions?
No. Let's see if we can find this kid.
With all your
Size up the
jokes,
mom.
I sense you're going to need me on this one.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're here then. Okay, let's go. And then we do. I imagine there's that wonderful moment where we all open our doors at the same time and step out of that kind of
slow motion. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can get out the car. As you get out, you can see as a local bus drives past, stops at a bus stop just like a few doors down, and a handful of people get out and start kind of moving towards their the residences that they're heading to. The bus pulls out and drives off, and you can go up to the front door. You knock on the door, and after a few moments, it opens a little bit. You hear someone coming inside, and it opens just a crack, and you can see a woman looks out. Rico, are you wearing your uniform? I'm assuming, yes. So the woman that looks out, she looks like she's probably in her 40s, you think, and she is African American. She looks like she hasn't slept. Her eyes are kind of deep set, and there's dark rings underneath them. She's wearing looks like a house coat, slippers. Her hair is kind of tousled. Her makeup is smeared, and mascara kind of smeared a bit as well. And she kind of looks you up and down and says, "You the police? You found my boy?"
Acadia.
That's
We're
me.
here. We're here to find more information. Can we come in?
You ain't found him. Oh, you better come in. She opens the
Thank-
door, and you see that there's a little kind of a hallway corridor that's got three doors leading off it. You would say, knowing this kind of area, that there's going to be a living room, bathroom, and kitchen here. Not much more. And there's a little flight of stairs as well that leads up to the second floor. First thing you do notice, though, as you walk in, or as the door opens and you look in, is that just beside the door in the wall, there is a hole in the plaster of the wall at about sort of chest height. Come on in.
Thank you.
She kind of shuffles
Thank
down
you,
the
ma'am.
corridor and goes into the living area.
Acadia, how are you holding up?
Oh, I just want my boy back. He ain't never been away for so long, and I'm worried about him. He was real angry when he left. I just hope nothing's happened to him. He ain't got into any trouble or anything.
Acadia, come on, sit down. We got you. Now, you know that it he's 17-year-old teenage boy. Gets angry and what now that does not excuse his behavior, but it does. Teenagers do this. They got all those hormones going on. They've got all that stuff going on in their heads. Look, it's been tough. You know it's been tough. Not the first time.
Oh, I just I just don't know what's happened to him. I phoned his friend and I got nobody replied. I don't know if he's there or not. I don't know if he's down at the theater. I don't know where he is.
Who was that friend, ma'am? Who did you call to see?
His friend Aiden Sawyer.
Aidens.
Yeah, he
And which
just
theater did you say he might have gone
oh
to?
the Lafayette, my theater
Of course.
down
Are
on
there
Lower
any
Ninth.
are there any other places that he might have gone to?
I, I don't know. I mean, maybe one of his friends. I don't really know them. He's got a few friends he hangs out with, but he was real angry, and I just I just hope nothing bad's happened to him. He was so mad at me. Oh God.
He's probably off with his friends, just going and, he's probably ranting and raving and doing his teenage thing about, yeah,
It's not
kids
like
like
him.
that. I know. I know. Now,
Ma'am,
I
even though odds are he's off with his friends and we'll find him pretty soon, the more you can talk to us, the more that we can do to make sure that we find him. I'm aware you spoke to our officer Harris.
Yes, I spoke to him.
Um,
He just told me that he was probably high on drugs somewhere, or maybe running with a gang or something. I told him that my boy's not like that.
well, are you saying your boy Franklin he doesn't do drugs?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. No, he's a good boy. He's my boy. He's a good boy. Oh Lord, I should never have burned that letter. Oh dear, it's all my fault.
Which letter's that,
Katie,
ma'am?
letter?
Oh, well, that letter he got, that letter he got in December. He's just some crazy person said he was his daddy. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. As you're in the living room, when she's sort of sitting down talking to you, nervously, sort of fidgeting with her wringing her hands, you can see that there's definitely been some sort of an altercation here. There's magazines and a couple of ornaments and stuff still lying on the floor. It looks like some items of furniture have been knocked over and hastily kind of put up again, but not really quite in their right place. Yeah, clearly there's been a physical altercation in this room. Looks like somebody's kind of just pushed things over and then they've been picked up again later on. And you can all make me intelligence roll actually while you're in here, sort of scanning around. How are we doing?
Oh,
Rico's mind is apparently elsewhere.
Okay, so Jean, we've got a success,
indeed.
and we've got a success from Heather, fail from Rico. What about Martha?
I don't think you have a result from
Oh no, we don't have
Heather.
one from Heather. We have one from Heather
Yes.
and Martha, but not Steve and Heather.
Yeah.
First
Having trouble
roll,
with the roll
first
with
roll,
roll
roll
20.
of the game. Yeah, feel
So
free
that
to
is
roll anyway.
71 over 70. I will spend 1 point of luck and make that a success.
Fantastic. So those of you that succeeded, something strikes you as a little bit unusual. There are, as far as you can tell, no family pictures in this room at all. Usually, you go into a house like this, there would at least be a few pictures of, of mother and son, or son school photograph or something like that. But doesn't seem to be anything at all.
I'm just going to scribble something on a piece of paper. I was going to tear a little piece of paper out of my notebook that I'm making notes in and scribble something on it. And as I'm saying, I'm just going to say, ma'am, Arcadia, do you mind if I call you Arcadia? Is that okay?
That's okay.
Listen, let's get you a drink. Let's get you a drink. Hey, Rico. Yeah, go and grab a drink, will you, for Arcadia? She's going through a lot, and I'm just going to hand the piece of paper to Rico, as I've kind of basically said, can you go and get this lady a drink?
Yep. And I'll, having had a look around, I'm thinking that there's probably some sort of beverage cabinet with glasses somewhere in the house, whether it's in the parlor or whether it's in the kitchen. But I'll have a quick look around outside the room we're in if there's nothing sort of
Okay.
immediate where we are, just using that as an excuse. And then as I've turned around so that it's out of Acadia's view, I'll open up the note.
Cool.
Shall I say what the note says?
I'd love to know what the note says.
Says,
Unless you want to,
no,
unless you just want to tell Rico and nobody else.
well, no. For full disclosure, for Rico, the note says, boys' room, father, letters, question mark.
Okay. So you going to find my boy?
Well, ma'am, that's what we're here to do. But Martha here, she knows the environment a lot better at this level of should we say the youth, the social youth here. Martha, what would you say for Arcadia is the best thing that she can do right now whilst we're out there looking for him?
Well, at this point, if Arcadia, what we need you to do is we need you to stay here. I need you to stay by the phone. If he calls us, and Martha takes out a pen and writes out a couple of phone numbers on it, and on a piece of paper from a small notebook she pulls out of her bag and hands it to Acadia. If he calls, you need to call us while we're out there, and you tell us everything, exactly what he tells you. Okay.
I will. It's all my
Children,
fault. It's all my
no,
fault.
no,
I'm so
it is
mad.
not. It's
It
not your
is.
fault.
I took that letter off him, and it was making me so mad. He wouldn't stop going on and on about it. I told him it was whoever sent it wasn't his daddy. It was some crazy person. It couldn't be his daddy. I mean, it
Okay,
couldn't.
just for our
Martha,
notes, who was his biological father?
Well, sir, I done a lot of things in my life that I regret. I'm on the straight and narrow now, but truth be told, I don't know. I don't know who his daddy is, so I don't know how anyone could be writing. And that letter was just crazy anyway. It didn't make any sense. It was just all nonsense talking about spires and cities and lakes and moons, and it didn't make no sense at all.
Can you remember
Acadia,
anything else from this letter? It just seems a puzzle piece that don't quite fit.
He wouldn't stop going on about it. He would always he would be asking me, where is he? Where is he? Who is he? Where is he? And I told him, but he wouldn't believe me when I said I didn't know. And then I got so mad the other night that I took that letter and I burned it. I burned it and I threw it out and I burned it in a pail in the garage and when he found out he just went crazy. He started smashing the place up and he punched a hole in the wall in the corridor and then he just stormed out and somebody called the police and
You don't remember a name or a return address or anything off that letter, do you know?
I don't know. I mean, there might be it's still in there in the garage if you want to take a look, but
I might just
I
stretch
what's
my
left
leg
of
that
it.
for a
would be a
cigarette
good
if
idea. Yeah, if you can find maybe the envelope with or any part of it.
Well, it's all in a it's all what's left of it is in that pail in the garage.
Arcadia, Heather here, Heather Long. We work with Heather rather frequently. Heather's in tune beyond the world, if you know what I mean. Uh,
What do you mean beyond the world?
well, Heather, how would you explain what you do?
If she'll allow me, I take her hand. Oh, all he means is I listen. I listen, and sometimes I see things others don't. Do you have do you have some pictures of your son I could look at?
I
And I
give
know we have one already,
yeah,
but
I gave a picture to the police officer yesterday.
What about, do you have one of his hoodies or something that like something that he really liked, a game or something that that was around him a lot, backpack, something?
Maybe in his well, he took his backpack and when he got on his bike and he cycled off. But might be something in his room. I don't know.
Heather, that might be your best bet. If you get something of his that he was either wearing or that he had, do you think that would work?
well, I can certainly give it a try.
Yeah,
Not going to tell you how to do your job, by the way.
his room's just up the stairs. It's on the right at the end of the corridor.
Right. She kind of drifts out of the room.
Okay. So I know Jean is going to head to the garage. Rico, are you going into the kitchen to get a glass of water or something for Arcadia?
Certainly a clearish liquid of some kind. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean you'll find some bottles of alcohol there as well. And yeah, you can absolutely bring her something to drink, and she will kind of nod her head, thank you, and hold it with both hands and sip it. So let's go to the garage with Detective Pinoit, shall we? And
If Rico's already delivered the glass, I might kind of like tap him on the arm or give him a wave and be like,
right.
"Come with me," kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay then. Okay.
So that he comes with.
All right then. Well, you head out the house and you can get into this a side door into the garage. It's not hard. Inside the garage itself, you can see that there is a car. It doesn't look like it's a particularly new car. It's like maybe about 10 years old, maybe a little bit. There's a couple of hooks there for a bike. There's various paraphernalia that you would expect to see in a household garage. And there is a metal pail sitting on the floor with where you can see straight away that there's some burnt fragments of paper in there as well. And when you pull it out, you can tell that there's bits of a letter and there's also bits of an envelope as well. And before we look at what you found in there, let's follow Heather and Martha. Are you going to stay with Arcadia down in the living area, or do you want to head upstairs with her?
I'm gonna actually bring her with. So I'm going to as I want her to kind of move with me. I want to keep her
Okay.
in my sight and keep her talking. I think that's trying to get any other information that we can out of her, but also just to make sure that she doesn't see how she reacts.
Sure.
Uh,
I mean, you can tell that she's distraught. You know, she's kind of rambling a little bit. You can tell that she's kind of really beating herself up about this whole situation. She's not in a great place at all. You
Yeah.
think she's, you know, from the look of her, she hasn't been sleeping, and yeah, she's really not in a good place.
Yeah.
But she will kind of shuffle along in her slippers behind you, and as you head towards the stairs, you go up the stairs, and you can see there's a short corridor, which has got three doors on it. She will say, "Oh, that's my room there. That's the bathroom on the left, and the one down the end there. That's Franklin's."
So
And
I'm assuming Heather comes in our direct
I think
with
Heather
us.
was heading up. Was
Was
Yeah,
it?
headed
I think I
towards
was
the
drifting out of the
bedroom.
room, heading that way.
Okay.
Okay. So I'll just,
Yeah.
Acadia,
Mhm.
kids do this. I know it. I know it's terrifying. I know it is. I have many, many cases, and a lot of these kids, especially if, they want to know that other parent, and it's tough. It is. But you cannot beat yourself up over this, okay?
I worry
You
that
got to start there.
I think he might have gone off looking for him, but I told him, whoever wrote this letter, it ain't your daddy. Don't do it. Don't do it, Franklin. I said, I'm real worried about him. I'm real worried about this crazy person. What he's gonna do if Franklin finds him?
So, did you see the envelope? Did you see
I,
the
I,
address?
I did. I never heard of the place.
Where was it?
Oh, it was
What did it?
something Wells. I can't rightly remember. Something Wells, I think, but I didn't know where that was. And he was saying, "Where is this? Where is this? Tell me where it is." I don't know. I don't know. And don't go anyway. It's just some person. Why is he writing to you? Why would he do that? I can't
Okay.
understand why anyone would do that. And she just starts
Well,
sobbing. You can see she's starting to get hysterical.
okay. I basically stop with the questions, and I'm like, okay, we're at that point. I will take her in my arms and just hold her and allow her to cry and just kind of hold her. If nothing else, she'll tire herself out and finally get some sleep. So, um, as she can kind of start to, she lets it all out. And then as she kind of starts to pull away, my goal is to kind of slowly kind of guide her towards her bedroom
She will let you.
to
She will let you do that.
to
Absolutely.
see if
Yeah.
I can get her to sit on the bed, and then maybe try to convince her to get a little rest
She will.
while everybody else is doing their thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she will. She will happily let you guide her into a room. You open it, you can see it's a pretty typical bedroom. There's a double bed there, dressing table, wardrobe, chest of drawers. She will just sort of sit on the bed, and then if you kind of gently move her, she will lie on the bed. You can take her slippers off and maybe pull a cover over her, and she would just lie there and she's just kind of hugging herself, sort of semi-fetal position.
Yeah.
Meantime, out in the corridor,
Mhm.
Heather, you notice as Martha's doing this, you notice that there's some posters on the walls of this corridor, several of them, framed theatre posters from the looks of it. They all seem to be from a theatre and a theatre company called the Majestic Theatre and the Majestic Players. There's a variety of different productions. There's musicals, there's dramas like Rodgers and Hammerstein, King and I, that sort of thing. There's Tennessee Williams plays, Arthur Miller, Shakespeare. And one thing that strikes you, one of the names that you see appearing on these, it seems to be the same names for the most part appearing on most of these posters. And one name that particularly catches your eye is the name Raymond Dubois. Who appears to be playing the starring role in most of these, and also directing a lot of them.
Okay. Just to confirm, she mentioned earlier one of the places that her son might have gone was the Lafayette, my theater.
That's
This
correct.
is a different. Okay. While I have that in mind, would you allow me to make either a psychology, maybe an acting role? I'm thinking if she has, a my theater,
Mm-hmm.
is there any part of what we're seeing that strikes me as performance?
Absolutely, yeah. Go for it. Psychology roll, yeah.
It is a 29 under 40.
Fantastic. Yeah, she strikes you as not attempting to put on an act in any way. She looks genuinely upset when she says the Lafayette, my theater. Yeah, nothing about that. Nothing about that seems like any attempt to deceive in any way.
Okay. All right.
So Martha, yeah, you can just kind of gently lay her down, and when you're happy that she's kind of lying down, you can go back into the corridor and join Heather. She has pointed out that Franklin's room is down at the end of the corridor on the right.
I think
Yeah,
I've
I
got
think
her. Calm
think
down now.
that's excellent
If
news.
I,
And she's heading into the bedroom to take a look.
As the two of you walk
uh,
down the corridor, something rather strange happens. The corridor itself, though it's quite short, seems to stretch out in front of you. Every step you take, the corridor seems to get longer and steeper as well, almost as if it is getting further, the end of it is getting further and further away from you and higher up. And the posters on the walls hang at steep angles towards you. The whole thing is like a kind of a dolly zoom effect as it stretches away, and every step you take, it gets further and further away. The corridor gets longer and longer. You start to feel dizzy, a little nauseous. You get this incredible feeling of vertigo and confusion. And I'd like both of you to make me a Constitution roll, please.
hmm.
Nothing to worry about here. Okay, that's a 76 over 65.
Okay, so both of you have failed your Constitution rolls. Both of you feel incredibly unwell, nauseous. You have to lean against the wall of the corridor. You have to take deep breaths. You can feel your gorge rising. You can feel yourselves becoming, or it's like you're going to pass out. But you just about manage to keep it together. You're staggering down the corridor towards this room, and it seems like you take far too many steps to get there as well. But eventually you end up at this bedroom door. And I'm going to leave you there for a moment, and I'm going to go back to the garage.
I can add one detail first.
Of course you can.
When that happens, Martha, you might overhear Heather kind of. She clutches her head. She mutters something under her breath. Can't quite make it out, but it does not sound like the usual, like slightly French New Orleans accent she has the rest of the time. But that's certainly just shaken by the moment.
So let's go back to the garage. You're leaning over this pail, this metal pail, picking out bits of burnt paper out of it. Rico, sort of assuming you're standing beside Pinoit, kind of looking over his shoulder, seeing what he's got.
I was going to get Rico to do it, and whilst I'm
okay.
just kind of smoking in the garage, just kind of say things that he's already doing, like hey, come on, remember from your academy days, you should be looking in there. You ain't touching nothing with your hands. If you see anything worthy, you should be picking out your evidence gloves. You should be picking out your bag. But he's like doing it, I imagine. Staffan, as
I'm absolutely
he's
fine.
just saying stuff to.
Yeah. Rico wanders into the garage. First thing that happens is that the latex gloves are going on, and out come the tweezers, as it were, and he's going to take. He's got a pulse gap notebook. Just none of this little tiny, no room to write down rubbish. He takes full notes. He's given up on the fountain pen. That was perhaps a little bit overkill.
Brilliant.
But he's going to take a couple of second sheet of the big full letter-sized foolscap notepad and use that to pick up carefully the pieces of ash and remains of envelope to kind of try to lay out the puzzle in as much as he can.
Absolutely. So what you can get out of it that's in any way legible is part of the envelope and a couple of pieces of paper which haven't completely burned through. When you look at the envelope, you can see that you can tell it's addressed to Stonewall Drive. You can tell there's a postmark on it that looks like it's from 1987, so several years old. And on the back, you can just about make out half of a name, like a sender's name and address. And what you can make out is the words Elysian Wells and part of what looks like the name Raymond. It's like the first half of the name Raymond. That's all you can really tell from the envelope. But the two pieces of paper have got a little bit more. And if we could please have handout number 7. And I'm going to show you this. You see these two burnt pages. That's it.
Ooh.
And there's some writing, what looks like part of maybe this letter on one of them, and on the other piece there's a strange kind of what looks like part of some sort of a symbol and a number of dots in a what looks like a sort of triangular pattern or an inverted V. Would you like to read out what it says on the paper?
This I see what she means about things not making sense. The text here, Carcosa calls to me as it calls to them, and as it may call for you someday. We need. I think we might need Heather for that. If so, seek out Harold and some doodles on the back.
As you look at this doodle, this squiggle on the back, looks like it's part of something else. You start to feel a little lightheaded, and the symbol itself seems to kind of swim before your eyes, almost like it's twisting and writhing all of its own accord. I'd like you both please to make me a sanity roll, because it's very unnerving, very uncomfortable to look at.
Sanity, you
So
say?
nope.
Okay.
Or just by 1 point.
So, Pinoit, you managed to kind of maybe shake your head, blink your eyes a few times, and it doesn't kind of get to you, but it gets to Rico. This thing, whatever it is, there's something not right about it. You can take a point of sanity. There's only part of that symbol is visible. And you are very, very glad of that. You can't quite put your finger on exactly why, but you're really glad that this has been burnt and you can only see a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think Rico drops the leather-bound pad and sort of takes a stagger back and catches his balance against the car and goes, I don't know what was in that breakfast sandwich.
What, Rico? What the hell what are they teaching you in the academy? What the hell are you doing? Hey, just stay there, all right? Just get your shit together. What the hell kind of rookie are they sending me? Okay. And without putting the rubber gloves on, he'll just kind of do the thing where he kind of holds the rubber glove and then picks up the little bits of letter and puts it into an envelope. Tries to do it in a way that you can see it, so that as when he wants to, look at it or show anybody that's there, and then takes it over to Rico. Hey, Rook, huh? It ain't difficult. You gotta get your shit together, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. I see. Yes, some unusual indigestion from breakfast, I think.
All right, change where you get your breakfast wraps, okay? And he'll like give him the little evidence bag to hold.
Okay. So where are you going to go now? Are you going to stay in the garage and look around, or do you want to head back to the house or anything else?
Is there anything else in the garage if we have a look around? I mean,
You can spend a
the
few minutes
bike was
looking around.
missing.
Yeah, the
The
bike
bike
was
was
missing.
missing.
Yeah, but Arcadia did mention that he went off on his bike.
That's why the bike's missing. It's police work, that is, Spike.
Yeah, I
Two
think
and two together.
He probably went in the car. We're leaning against the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick glance around, but also just I think Pinoit is also kind of watching Rico as well and just seeing how he takes in the crime scene. He's not trying to mentor him or anything like that, but he's just keeping an eye on this rookie he's just gauging him, seeing how he does business.
Okay. You can look around the garage. You don't find anything else there of any note.
I do think Rico is going to want to go back into the main house where he's going to just stand and look sort of almost canine askance the damage to the drywall.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the more you look at it, the more you think this is where he's punched the wall. That's what's happened here.
Maybe going in then, if there's no sign of the mum or Martha or Heather,
Yeah,
are you all
you can hear voices upstairs, in the corridor upstairs. Yeah, well, let's leave you downstairs just now and go back upstairs as well. The two of you feeling still rather lightheaded, dizzy, a bit nauseous. You're standing in front of at the door to Franklin's room.
What the hell was that? Oh,
Felt that too. I get it sometimes, but don't
mm,
other people
yeah.
usually don't.
What was that? What the hell happened? Yeah. What was all that? I'm assuming everything at this point looks normal, like we're just standing in front of the door, everything is back
Yeah.
to okay.
Yeah, everything seems like you're just at the door at the end of a corridor.
That was
If you stand here for just a moment, I'm going to take just a step or two away down the hall and come back.
Yeah, you start getting that feeling again. It's really weird.
Okay, what does it look like from her point of view?
yeah.
Yeah, it just looks
So
like you're walking down the corridor.
do I see her kind of look like she's kind of wavering a little bit, like physically, like kind of maybe slightly stumbling, like
I would imagine so. Yeah, you still get that feeling of vertigo, almost like you're
Okay.
kind of going to lose your balance.
I reach out my hand, my hand to her,
Mm.
and kind of lean forward just a little bit to kind of,
Yeah, I
put
mean,
my
you
hand
start to
and kind
feel
of
it
grab
slightly.
hers.
Yeah, you feel it
Yeah.
slightly, but you can kind of grab her hand. It just
I-
as you move up and down the corridor, that's when you kind of feel weird.
Okay. So
you're
I grab
standing
her, I
still?
grab
Oh,
her
sorry.
arm and pull her forward to
Yeah.
me,
Yeah.
like to get to the door.
Yeah, you're just standing right outside it.
I'm gonna guess that's not normal. Is this is something you know what's about?
I, I would suspect something doesn't want us. Well, I was going to say doesn't want us coming to the room, except it's just as disoriented and walking away.
Well, if that's the way it's gonna be, I turn immediately around and I grab the door handle and I turn and I open that door.
Okay, yeah, you open the door and as you open it, you're looking into a typical teenage boy's room. There's a bed, there's a little desk area, there's a chest of drawers, little bedside table, a wardrobe. The place is a bit of a mess, though. It looks like somebody's turned it over. The bed is unmade, there's clothes on the floor, the drawers are open. There's lots of books, notebooks, school textbooks, that sort of thing. Some of them lying on the floor, some of them sitting on the little desk area. It's a mess. It's more than just a teenage boy's mess. It looks like somebody's been through the place, maybe searching for something, you think.
Okay.
Clothes hanging half out of drawers and that kind of thing. There's a little telephone on the bedside table. The thing that grabs your attention immediately, though, when you both look into the room, is this kind of graffiti tag or something that's sprayed on the wall over the bed. Could we have handout number 3, please? And I will reveal this to you.
Dun, dun, dun.
You see a strange piece of graffiti, like symbol of some kind. And as you look at it, it starts to writhe and move and work its way into your head, almost like it's trying to reach in and extract your thoughts from out of you. And could you please both make me sanity rolls?
There it is.
This is the most uncomfortable feeling you've ever had. You feel like something alien is trying to get into your head. That's a success. Well done.
Phew.
Heather leans into it and falls to her knees, clutching her head. She got a 54 over 40.
Excellent. Martha, you just take 1 point of sanity loss. But Heather, you can roll me a d6.
Ooh. This is awfully early to go temporarily insane, potentially.
As you feel
But
this
just one.
invasion of your
Just one.
psyche. Okay. So I think, yeah, your involuntary action then, I guess, is dropping to your knees and grabbing your head as your thoughts are beset by weird images of things and places that just you don't know, you don't understand. Faces that come out of the darkness at you. Towers and spires into a dark night sky, waves lapping on a shore, and this symbol that you feel inside you. There's something very, very wrong about it.
So Martha turns away. Just, oh God, no. I don't know what it was, but and as she turns to look at Heather and seeing Heather in obviously not doing well. What is it? Are you getting something? What'd you see?
I think when Heather comes back to herself, she kind of goes with the flow and describes what she just saw as what she's getting now, sort of acting out the whole psychic thing.
As you get up to your feet again, you notice something really strange. Your feet are soaking wet, and there's water seeping into the carpet around them.
As if the water's coming from us.
You don't know where it's coming from. It's like you're wet. Your shoes, your socks. I don't know if are you wearing trousers or a skirt? Or...
You're not wearing a swimming pool, are you?
I think Heather's got a long, flowy, curly kind of skirt.
Well, a few inches up your skirt is soaking wet. It's like you've been standing in water.
Does Martha see this?
Mm-hmm.
So we're both experiencing this. Heather, what the? Did you? Oh dear.
No, I did not.
And
But
well, squish, 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 as she kind of taps her foot forward around. Squish, squish, squish.
New
That
Orleans.
oh, oh no. Oh no. And Martha rushes out of the room, headed to the bathroom.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. You have a momentary disorientation as you move down the corridor, but I think at this point, Pinoit and Rico, you are back in downstairs, and you can see Martha rushing down the stairs.
Hey, whoa, what's going on? Martha, what's happening here?
Now just for clarification, you said there were the three rooms up the stairs. It was Franklin's, it was
Oh yeah, if you open
Acadia's, and there was a bathroom
and
upstairs.
there's another room upstairs, but it's not a bathroom; it's a spare room.
Oh, okay.
The, yeah, so you can fling open that room, realize it's not a bathroom, and
Okay.
then carry on down the stairs because there's a bathroom
Is
downstairs.
as she comes out, after she flings the door open and realizes it's not a bathroom, is she still, are her feet still swelching from water after she leaves
Oh,
Franklin's
it's
room?
only Heather's feet that are wet.
Oh, it's only around Heather's feet. Okay. I do check once I realize it's not a bathroom, then I check Acadia's room and make sure that she's still there on the bed, sleeping or resting.
Yeah. You think she's probably taken something to help her sleep. There's some
Okay.
pills beside a glass of water by her bed.
I go and check
Yeah, it's
the
just
bottle just
yeah,
to be sure
yeah,
that it's what
yeah.
it is, and B, that there are still pills in the bottle.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It looks like she's taken something. Xanax, is that a thing that you take to help you sleep? I don't know. That's a word that comes into my head.
Yeah, it would have been
Um,
something like that.
yeah.
Okay. Once she knows that um that it's not a bathroom, it's not water coming out, and that Acadia is safe and sleeping, then that takes out what she was worried about.
Hmm.
That kind of quells her concerns.
Okay.
And then she goes back into Franklin's room
Oh, okay. So you don't go
to
downstairs then.
Heather. No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, got you.
Okay.
No. There was reasonings, and we will not do
Okay.
any
No
triggers
worries.
here. So
I think though that downstairs you can hear doors opening and slamming and footsteps thump 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 up and down the corridor.
Probably then slowly walking up the stairs, then just kind of going, "Hey, Martha, Heather, hey,
Jean, here.
okay."
But
Hey,
I
Rook.
meet him.
Yeah, I'll try and see if I can snap Rico out of staring at the hole in the wall, and kind of march upstairs.
Okay. When you get upstairs, you can see these theater posters, these framed theater posters on the walls. And are you stopping them at the top of the stairs, Martha?
Yes. So when I hear them coming up the stairs, after I make sure I'll look in and make sure she's doing okay. I will go to the top of the stairs and they'll be like, shh.
What? Okay.
I finally got her to rest. She's resting. I don't want her to wake up. I don't think she will with that medication. But y'all need to bring that volume down just a little bit.
Right. So we potentially got more questions for her. Is she taking stuff? Is she out for the count? What's going on here?
She should be good for a while. She took some Ambien. She'll be fine. But
Okay.
something weird is going on in the boys' room, and I'm warning you, if you want to go look, be prepared, because this hallway, something weird is happening in this house. Just
Heather's alone
trust
in
me.
there?
Well, she won't be for long. And Martha turns around and heads back down the hallway.
Okay.
as quickly as she can possibly
Yeah,
do,
you
knowing
can.
what's coming.
You know what it's like. You
She's
can steel
familiar with it.
yourself. Yeah. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Heather,
Hmm.
you're standing there. Your feet are soaking wet. The bottom of your dress is soaking wet, and you have no idea what you're doing here. You're not. You can't remember. It's trying to. It's hard to remember where you are, and you don't know why you're standing in somebody's bedroom.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fun. Um,
You know you were sent here, something to do with the police, but trying to remember the exact details of it. It's like are you just trying to kind of grab these memories out of the air, and they're proving very elusive.
okay. Do I remember my relationship to the police?
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. You just
Okay.
can't remember what you're doing in this house.
All right.
You have no memory. You have no recollection of coming here.
Okay. Well, I do know that I hear my colleagues down the hall. I do know I have a brief moment in this space alone. Um, I think I'm sorry. I think I'm quickly going to look for anything weird other than whatever happened to my dress. Um, essentially, scanning for any clues, anything out of the
Okay.
ordinary. There are books. Are they
Yeah,
normal
absolutely.
people books or my kind of books?
They're kind of normal people books.
Disappointing.
There's schoolwork books. You know, you can tell that you're in the room of a teenager. There's various different subjects. There's one thing you do notice is that there's a report card that's kind of lying on the ground beside the waste paper basket. And you could please,
Take a quick look.
can you show us, please, the report card? Handout 4, please. Um, and you can see that the place is kind of all over the place, but there's one of the things that you notice is that there's a can of yellow spray paint lying on the floor, which you think, well, that must have been used to spray that whatever it is on the wall, which you don't want to look at for some reason. Um, in the bin beside that, the report card is sort of lying beside, you see there's a scrumpled up, what looks like a scrumpled up note. As you kind of open it and take a look at it, it's a suspension notice from the school. It's dated the beginning of March. You can also make a spot hidden roll just to see if you notice something else. There appear to be a number of road maps lying around the floor as well, from several different ones, ranging from sort of the late 80s up until fairly recently,
Okay, that is
of Louisiana.
for the spot hidden, that is a 31 over 25. I will go ahead and spend 6 points.
Fantastic. You notice underneath the phone there is a little bit of paper, kind of sellotape to it, with some phone numbers on it. And could we please have handout number 6 for that? You also notice that on this there's this cork board with a whole load of bits of paper stuck to it with notes about homework and all that kind of thing. There also appears to be a note that looks like it's sort of been torn out of an exercise book, and that is please handout number 5. And let me just see. Uh, and that is the. So, would you like to read out what you see on the note that's pinned to the corkboard?
Sure. F. I'm worried about you. You need to stop. This is dangerous. I still care about you. Signed V. And then there's a postscript. I'm still having the nightmares, aren't you?
I think at this
Nothing the least
point,
bit upsetting about that.
I think at this point, Martha rejoins you. Meanwhile, outside in the corridor, Pinoit and Rico, are you heading down to join the others?
Yeah. I mean, with Martha saying that the bedroom, there's weird stuff going on there.
Hmm.
Neither of them are actually police, so
Yeah.
we're gonna have to get in there and actually have
Okay.
an official inspection of the room.
Well, the first weird thing that happens to you is this dizzying vertigo feeling you get as you walk down the corridor, and it feels like it's stretching away and up for you, almost to infinity. And can I have constitution rolls, please, from both of you as you go down the corridor?
Con roll.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jean, you stroll down the corridor like like you were walking through the
it's
path
like a
of a sunny
nicotine
day.
rush.
Yeah, this is every day for you. Every day when you wake up in the morning, this is what you see. For Rico, not so much. You kind of stumble down the corridor and you struggle to keep your balance. I think at one point you possibly even collapse and have to kind of pull yourself back up. Your head is spinning. And it seems to take you forever to get down the corridor, but eventually you do. You manage to get down, and you see this bedroom, and you see this symbol that you've seen before on the wall. And can you please both make your sanity rolls? Oh dear.
At
Okay.
this point, I should perhaps point out that since the Rook is following the detective up the stairs and there
Mm.
was somewhat of a commotion, he will actually have drawn his service weapon and is coming up tactic.
Okay. Fantastic.
So
Fantastic.
I wanted just to mention that.
If this rookie kills me, I want it. This is okay.
Um, so yeah, that's so you see this symbol again and it hits you like a ton of bricks. Could you roll a d6, please? The maximum number of points you're going to lose is 5. Sorry, I do beg your pardon. Well, you've only rolled one. That's fine. Yeah. So not so bad. And you manage to keep your lunch down, and you manage not to shoot anyone. But again, you feel lightheaded. You stagger. What's kind of an involuntary reaction would Rico have to this?
I think given that he's just probably reached the doorway of the room as he glances in to sweep the room and his gaze focuses on that yellow graffiti. Um, on top of the vertigo from the tunnel effect of the corridor, I think he just tumbles down, missing the bed, just sort of ends up having to crawl his way back, muttering something about how dare they serve breakfast burritos with no spices.
Okay. And something else happens to you as well. Your brother, you've been close to your brother for a long, long time. And you think back on a conversation that you had with him some time ago. And you remember that you were asking him for advice. Maybe it was advice as to whether or not to join the police force. And their confidence in you, that it really helped you. It really gave you centered you. Um, and it suddenly dawns on you that they were lying. It was all a lie to hide their true feelings about you. That they hate you. Your brother hates you, and he always has. And how could you not have seen this? And where are you?
This is not my room.
Is
Are you
he
all
doing
right?
this out loud?
Yeah.
Can I help you up?
Help him. Rico, get off the goddamn floor. What the hell?
He'll look down at his service pistol where it's dropped on the floor and just sort of shake his head to try to clear it, but the mists are just still there, and lever himself up, and in doing so, he'll glance down and see his police badge, and take a moment, almost sort of focus in on it, and then stand up and brush down his trouser fronts as though he's just made some almost solemn vow to himself in some way.
Just get up on your feet, man. I'll go over and like drag him up to
Yeah,
his
you can
feet
get it.
and just kind of straighten him out and hold his head and just be like, "Hey, Rico, I don't know what's going on, Rook, but you gotta get your shit together, man." And I'll out of my my jacket, I'm kind of relatively hiding it, but not too much. I'm not that bothered. I'm pulling out a little hip flask and just kind of like on strings, be like, "You take a sip of this now. You forget your fucking breakfast. You take a sip of this, and you get your shit together. Do you understand, Rico? You're on the job."
Is he all right?
Yeah, he fine. He
That's
fine. He just he had a bad burrito this morning.
uh uh I don't think it's just a burrito. I don't think things are going on down around here that we just don't know much of. I mean, between hey, Rico,
Hmm.
the hallway. She kind of looks at you like, yeah, I know. Wasn't just a burrito. The hallway. You had it too, huh?
And he'll sort of look out of the door as though going, well, I must have come down the hallway if I'm here, but I've got no idea what she's on about.
Did that hallway do weird things to you too? Just like the rest of us.
And he's just going to take 2 steps out, sort of step out into the hallway, get the effect, and just slam back almost and go,
Yep, there it
okay,
is.
now I get it.
And at this point, you hear the doorbell ring.
Oh Lord.
Okay, look, Rico, stay here. Okay, you have a look around here. Sit down if you need to. Okay. And
I'll stay with him. I'll stay with him.
Pinoit will. Anybody's welcome to follow, but he'll just kind of be like, "You just stay, just fucking center yourself for God's sake. Don't embarrass us anymore. You're on the job." And he'll just kind of turn and run down the stairs, or run down the hallway and then run down the stairs.
Okay. Yeah, you can run down the stairs. When you, I presume you're going to the front door to open it.
Yes.
When you open the front door, there's a girl standing there. She's looks like she's in her teens. She's wearing all black. She's got dark makeup on, like Cleopatra style. Her hair is black. She's wearing an ankh round her neck. She's your typical goth. Takes one look at you, and the expression on her face just sort of just drops, and she takes a step back, and you can make a psychology roll.
Okay. I was gonna say, yeah, everything's fine. It's all fine. Let's have a little psychology roll.
Oh yeah, she's about to
Success.
run. She's about to run.
Hey, don't go anywhere. Detective Pinoit, NOPD, you stay right there, young lady. Stay.
And she starts, as soon as you say detective, and she starts running.
I'm after her.
Okay. What is your movement rate?
I don't like to brag, but my movement rate is. Oh, there we go. Oh, 7.
Okay, can you make me a constitution roll, please?
Not bragging at all with 7. 9. A
Oh.
hard success. Oh, 1 point off an extreme. Can I use 1 point of luck?
You can absolutely use 1 point of luck, and you will
Thank you.
increase your movement rate.
Extreme success.
I'm just going to check on what her movement rate is, because if you beat her movement rate, you're just going to grab her.
I said everything is fine.
Okay, she's got a movement rate of 8. So was your movement rate 9 in and out? Now it's 10. Was that right?
It was 7.
Oh, no, and now it's 8.
And now but I got an extreme success. So yeah.
It's now 8. Right. Okay, I'm going to roll a D100. If I fail this, you've grabbed her. That is a 96, which is a fail. Yeah, she starts herring off, but you're lightning fast, and you manage to grab hold of her.
Yeah.
And she's squirming. She is squirming to get away. I ain't done nothing. I ain't done nothing. Let go of me. Police brutality.
Police brutality. I'll show you police brutality. You stop that right now, young lady. You're going to be in so much trouble. Your goddamn grandma's going to be in jail with you. Stand still right now.
I know my rights. I don't got to take nothing from you.
Rights, I'll tell you, goddamn rights, you little piece of
Help.
Right.
So,
if she's doing that, then I am going to begin putting handcuffs on her, turning around, arms up behind her back.
You can't do this. I'm a minor. You can't do this.
You're a minor who resisted arrest. And
what are you arresting me for?
I'm not arresting you. I want to talk to you, and I'll take her. We didn't get very far, did we?
No, you just got a couple of feet.
We should hear. Do we hear this?
We
hear
this. Commotion going on downstairs.
Oh yeah,
not being quiet about this.
I'll make
sure your ass in that house, young lady. Yeah.
I'll make sure Rico is sitting, or at least not looking like he's going to vomit any burrito or whatever they were talking about for breakfast. Make sure Heather is okay, and head just run down the corridor, down the stairs to find out what the hell's going on, because a male detective with a female suspect is probably not the best thing if we want to retain any kind of trust with the community, shall we say.
Fucking community.
Absolutely. Fuck the community. She is wriggling and squirming and trying to get away from you, but you're bigger and stronger than her. She's quite a skinny little thing, so you can grab her and drag her into the house. And when you get her in, she just kind of clams up, typical teen sullen face, kind of head down. I ain't done nothing wrong.
I ain't said you know nothing. You ain't listening, young lady. I want to speak to you.
Why you got me in cuffs then?
Because you resisted. You ran away.
Resisted what? I resisted. Why you
said Don't you dare, young lady. Just because you're a minor, you think you know your rights. You think you know everything, your generation.
Hey, detective.
Hey, Miss Foster.
Detective.
Now.
And I come around from back and kind of put myself as... Try to somewhat put myself between the detective and the teenage girl that he is
you mean the young offender
lambasting.
Now
the young presumed offender.
I'll find something on her. I'll find something. Now listen, young lady. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take those cuffs off you. We just want to talk. We just want to have a conversation. Miss Foster here, me, you. You might want to listen then. If you got nothing to say, you might want to listen. You're very quick to say you got nothing to say, but you got that to say, don't you? I got nothing to say.
Just give.
I'll slowly take the cuffs off her, but I am sitting between her and the door.
Let's just go back upstairs for a moment and find out what's happening with Rico and Heather. You're kind of feeling a little bit more settled now. This kind of intense feeling of dread and discomfort is kind of fading. You're still having trouble remembering exactly why you're here, though. So
Heather has been running her fingers through the air just above surfaces here and there, and feeling auras, and she can keep that up indefinitely. But once the two of them are alone in the room, she comes over. Are you all right? Do you remember why you're here? Do you remember what we're doing here? Is everything all right? Please remember why you're here. Please remember why we're here.
You something about a boy, something about you came here to look for somebody, you think? Can't remember exactly who though.
It's all it's all foggy, like oh, that whatever is in that in the detective's flask needs to be. Yeah.
Yes, your chi is all disordered. You'll need some rest.
That's comedy liquor.
I want to say we're looking for a boy.
Right.
That kind of rings a bell.
Looks like it could be a boy's room. I mean, I'm not sure about the fact that we can actually see patches of carpet. That seems abnormal, but
Could you? This is going to sound a bit strange, but could you take a look over there and tell me what you see? And I'm going to gesture toward the part of the room that I can't bring myself to look at.
Yeah, you don't want to look at it either, Rico.
All right, it's all right.
it's I don't know why I I'll turn my head and it just won't let me go any further.
All right.
Just like I tried to set foot outside the room, and it was like I was just falling into emptiness, like we were up in the clouds somehow.
I sense that whoever lives here is into something dangerous, something that was giving him nightmares. Perhaps we should step outside.
It's coming back to you in bits and pieces now. You know, you were sent here with the police department, and Rico, you know, you were sent here. There's a missing boy. This is the boy's house. You have this memory of you spoke to his mother, and then you're not sure what happened after that. And the next thing you remember is standing in this room.
Well, whilst we're here, I should take a look and see if the boy has left any trace.
So you can have a look around. You don't find anything in addition to what Tether's already found.
You do, however, find a note on the corkboard that absolutely agrees with what she just sensed magically out of the air.
Yep.
I was going to say, does Heather retell what she's found, or is she keeping that for now?
I think she's sharing as well as she can what seems important about what she's found. She's not sharing the here. I found this piece of paper. I since these details since his grades were slipping. Strangely, I sense he was getting better in French, though. Very strange.
and keeping up his drama. But
I remember something about theaters. So it makes sense, I suppose.
Oh,
maybe.
yes, yeah, that comes now that it comes to you, you think, yeah, yes, the mother said something about a theatre. Said she had her theatre, the Lafayette. That's what it was. Yes, and there's these posters on the wall in the hall that you can see as well. They're theatre posters. They're for a different theatre though, and they're quite old too. When you look at them, they kind of the dates range between the sort of mid 70s and the early mid 80s.
I think I do feel my way to the note that was taped onto the phone. Which is we didn't actually describe this earlier. It's a list of initials and phone numbers, but the title at the top is The Signs, which is not exactly what I would expect list of phone numbers to say. The initials and names are VASKD, Sam, and what looks like R and R. None of which mean anything to me yet, but he was calling them signs.
Although V was mentioned on the other note.
Yes, it was.
Let's leave you there pondering that for the moment and head back downstairs to where Martha and Jean Pinoit have got this girl who's kind of sat herself now on a chair and is just staring really intently at the floor.
Okay, so now we all come down a little bit. We're all a little bit nice and chill. Detective Pinoit, this is Miss Foster. What's your name?
Violet.
Violet. Okay, Violet.
Mhm.
So, Violet, you're knocking
Um,
on Franklin's door, yeah?
Yeah,
So, in all transparency, that tells us that you know Franklin, yeah?
yeah.
Okay. Where is he?
I don't know. I, I came around to see if he I came around to see if he'd called home or anything.
Detective Pinoit is actively trying to be like
Uh,
much more chill in front of Martha now. Um, because having a social worker in the room, it kind of dampens the fun interrogations you can do. So, yeah,
you
he's
mean actually
actively.
keeps you in line? Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 100%.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, but he is also kind of like looking over at Martha whenever he says anything. He's kind of looking over, like, almost welcoming her into the conversation, and he's kind of making notes on it all. You and Franklin close?
she just shrugs.
You don't know whether you're close.
You make
You're
me a
knocking on
social
his
skill
door.
roll of some kind.
Oh,
See if you can wheedle some information out of her. You get the
well.
impression that this girl knows not to give any information to any police at all, full stop.
Okay, I don't think this is a charm or a fast talk. I think even though he's being nice, this is like a gentle intimidation. She's in an intimidated situation.
Yeah, you
Uh,
can kind of lean over her and bring
yeah,
your the force of your official authority to bear.
just questioning her, shrugging. It's like talking to my daughter. What do you mean you don't know if you're close? You're knocking on his door. You don't know him? Is he a stranger? Oh, hard
Detective.
success.
Mm. Yeah, he's my friend. We used to be, you know.
I know.
Oh, I thought, I don't know what I thought. I thought maybe come home, but I guess not.
I sit down. Uh, There's probably like a coffee table. Sit down the edge of the coffee table, like in front of her, and just kind of lean in. Violet, look, Franklin's been gone for almost 24 hours. I know that, and kind of side-eyed Jean real quick.
I know how long he's been gone.
What do you know?
Came to see me. Came to ask me to go with him. I told him no.
When did you talk to him?
2 nights ago. He came over on his bicycle and he said he was going. He was going to get the others and they were going to go. And he wanted me to come with him, but I told him he shouldn't go. I wasn't going.
What others? Tell us about what is it? Is it you've got a group, you've got a gang, you've got
Yeah,
what?
the signs, Sam and the Rogers boys and Aiden and Chris.
The signs. Is that what you call yourself?
Well, did I quit? I quit them when they started working on that play. And I told him I told him it was bad news. You
Okay.
you shouldn't have nothing to do
Started
with
working
it.
on a play, like a dramatic. But like,
Yeah, well, that's why they got that's why they got suspended from school because of the play at Mardi Gras in Jefferson High.
what did they
What
do
was
during Mardi Gras? What?
Well, there was there was the recital, where everybody does a little piece, and they put on that French play. I should never have translated it for him, and everything went crazy, and there was fighting, and the headmaster got put in a hospital, and
well, that would explain a few things on that report card. Um, what was the name? What was the name of the play or the book or whatever it
I don't
was?
like to say it. They found it in the theater when they found, Franklin's Mama's theater, the Lafayette. They found it in
Oh
that
yeah.
secret room there last summer, and well, he asked me to translate it for him over Christmas, and I did, but I something was wrong with it. Something's not. I can't even explain it, and I started having nightmares and started sleepwalking, and I told him I told them all I didn't want nothing more to do with it, but
But what is it, like a horror play or is it comedy?
I
What is it, like
I
a
can't even.
Shakespeare? What's
It's old French play. I can't even explain
old
what it's
French?
like. It's weird. It doesn't make no sense. It gives me a headache just thinking about it.
All right. All of you, all y'all were part of the troupe. That's what you call it. That the troupe put it on this play, right? That's all
Well,
you're all together.
I said after I translated it for him, I said I didn't want nothing more to do with it. I said he should throw it away. They shouldn't do it. They shouldn't have. But he was with that and the letter that he got and everything. It was like he was obsessed, and the others too. And they rehearsed it without me, and then they put it on at the Mardi Gras recital, and that's when it all went to shit.
Did you see did you see the letter? Did he show it to you? Did he tell you anything that was in it?
Yeah, he asked me to make well, he asked me to make a copy of it to just in case because he was worried that his mama might throw it out, and so I
Do
made
you
it.
have a copy? Do you have it with you?
She just sort of nods her head.
Would you mind showing that to us, Violet? You've been incredibly
You're
helpful,
gonna
and
find him. You're gonna go and find him.
it's
You're gonna find
exactly
that
what we
Elysian
want,
Yes.
Violet.
Wells or
That's
whatever it's called.
exactly what we are here for.
You promise me. You promise me you won't hurt him.
We will do all in our power to make sure that he comes home as safe as possible. Look, right now his mama is upstairs. She is finally getting some sleep. I need somebody who can watch her while we go in and take a look and see if we can find him. Could you do that? Could you stay and make sure his mama's going to be all right? And in case if he calls or comes home, you could help with that. Can you help us?
I guess so.
because that would be, you've given us a lot of information that is going to help us find him. Now, if you stay here, you watch the phone. His mama needed a sleeping pill. She needs to rest. So you man the phones. If he does it, and just, I kind of put my hand up to like the detective. Paper, pen, please.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Hand over.
I jot down the same phone numbers that I'd written down for Arcadia, and I hand them to her. Here, if he comes home, either one, you call these numbers. They'll find a way to get a hold of us. All right?
Okay.
It's important, but we are going to go. I think our next bet is to probably check out that theater. You said there's the theater, and you said something about a secret room.
That's right. Franklin's mom owns the Lafayette. He helps her out in there, and when they put on films for people, and some of the community players, they put on little shows there, and there's a guy who works there, looks after it, an old guy, caretaker guy.
Violet, do you have that copy of that letter on you? Is that something that we could have?
Well, if you
Oh,
take
yeah.
these damn cuffs off me, I can get it out of my pocket for you.
I will. I'm taking the cuffs off her and just say, look, I've just got I saw some scraps. Can I just three things I just want to check with you. And then we did absolutely thank you for your cooperation with this. You have been absolutely fantastic. I apologize for our initial interaction. Can I a little bit of advice? Don't run from the police. All right, it's only gonna get you in trouble. You done nothing
Well,
wrong. You got nothing to hide. No reason to run. But I'm just gonna ask you three quick
I
things.
know what the police are like. I'm not stupid.
He looks at Violet with like he is biting his tongue, and there is a knowing kind of look in his face. Um, hmm. Well, Violet, three things in that letter. I saw the scraps of that letter, but just Elysian Wells. Does that mean anything to you?
I don't know. That's where. Here, you read the letter. She hands you a letter. And could we please have handout number 8?
Oh, okay.
And you should hopefully be able to see that in Roll20 as well now.
So I'll take the letter, open it up, and I'm gonna read it out loud, even though Violet's in the room and she's clearly disturbed by it. I think it's something that Martha should hear firsthand.
yes.
Dearest son, though yet too young to understand, one day you may yearn to walk beneath two black suns along the shores of Lake Hali, to hear the songs of the Hyades in lost Carcosa. What the? Though that manuscript we found in the Majestic, through that manuscript we found in the Majestic, he revealed the unseen world to me in dreams, showing me the way. Here in the Elysian Wells, kind of looks at Violet, under the light of the Aldebaran, I shall raise the stones to welcome him. Carcosa calls to me as it calls to them, and as it may call for you someday. If so, seek out Harold. He looks at her again. He may guide you where I cannot. The time draws near, my son, until we are reunited. Your father, R.D.
You see the name Harold, do you recall that there was a Harold Jones noted on a couple of the posters upstairs in the corridor as well? Could be just coincidence.
Oh,
Violet.
D. I'm guessing that D stands for Dubois.
Well,
And you know there was a partial
Ray.
what looked like a Ray Raymond on the envelope as well.
Violet, this is a lost opportunity. You know that we are here, we are looking, and we are going to get that Francis boy nice, safe and sound, but this is your last chance. Is there anything that you want to tell us about the Rogers boys, Sam, Aiden, Chris? Francis?
They all went off. They all went off to find this place, Elysian Wells. Franklin said he reckoned he knew where it was, but I never heard of it.
Did he say anything that would indicate which direction? North, south, east, west,
I
near
know.
anything?
I don't know. I know he was looking at maps. Maybe I don't know.
Map.
Maybe
A map of this
Nice.
area?
I don't know.
Maybe you're looking for this Carcosa. I know the
Never heard of
streets
it.
down here pretty well. I've never heard of a Carcosa street. That's
I don't
okay.
know. All I know is that ever since he found that damn play, it's just everything's all gone to hell.
I think our next move, detective, may be that theater.
I
I think
believe
we need to pay the Lafayette a quick visit.
you're right. You're right, Miss Foster. Violet, you go on upstairs and you look after Francis's mother. No, listen now. You hear the house phone ring. You better answer it. You understand? Because it's going to be us.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thanks for
And
your
if it's not,
cooperation.
yeah. All right. We'll get the others. I think we need
Heather,
to go.
Rico.
Violet kind of looks around and says, "Who got more cops here?"
It's the team. Don't worry. More cops, more chance Francis has is coming home. Hey, the Rico, come on, we're moving.
You can hear your names being called upstairs.
10,
Oh,
12.
Violet, one last thing. You
Mm.
keep an eye on his mama. Do not go in Franklin's room. All right? There's
Why
some
not?
weird because if we may need to bring more teams in for do some forensics. All right? We've already been in there. But
All
they
right.
can account for us because we're part of we work with the police department. You stay out of that room, you hear?
Okay. If you go
All
into
right.
the theater, the old guy Harold who works there, he'll he'll show you around. But you find that play there. Don't read it. Don't read it. Don't read The
Is
King in
this
Yellow. And at that point, I think it would be good to take a little break. What do you say?
Pants. Amazing. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Spike. Let's
Thank
take a
you.
break.
Yeah. See you soon.
Beautiful.
I don't agree at all. I think he's a lovely guy. Oh, are we back?
Yeah,
Uh,
we weren't talking about Hedge at all.
no, not at all. No, no.
No, no, no.
So, Unremembered, part two. So you are now all gathered together in the at the house, at the Arcadia house, the Arcadia Dubois house. Violet has gone upstairs, and I think you were wanting to head off to find this theater, the Lafayette, which apparently Arcadia Dubois owns.
Yeah, I
Yes.
imagine we're in the car.
Hmm.
With, you know,
Head,
Yeah,
yeah, we're
you can all
heading
make
to the theater.
you can all make a an education roll, I think maybe to you might have heard of this place.
Mhm.
or failed by 2 though.
Oh, we have a hard success from Martha.
Oh,
Fantastic. So
66 over 65, spending
okay.
one.
Okay, so yeah, Heather, you've heard of this? There's a theatre down in the Lower Ninth Ward, just down near the river, not very far away, maybe a 15-minute drive away from here. Martha, yeah, you're aware of this. It's quite an old building, and yeah, they put on. I think it used to be a theatre, maybe like a proper theatre for dramatic productions, but it just kind of puts on. Little films for little film clubs and little kind of community plays and stuff like that. It doesn't take you long, as I say, to get down there. And when you
Before we left
yes,
the house,
sorry,
would I have had a moment to make a quick phone call to my friend who, I swear, according to the character sheet, runs Haunted New Orleans tours. Is there anything
yeah.
critical we should know about, well, either theater, but especially the one we're going to?
No, they just nothing jumps out at all. It's not part of the tour, certainly. Not a known haunted theatre. Um, so
in
you
real
can
life, I'm
And I
probably
hang
on
up
that
before she
tour.
can get into any long-winded stories.
Yeah, she's about to start with this big long talk about all the haunted theaters of New Orleans, but yeah, you can hang up on her. Um, as you get down there, you can see that the building itself is obviously really quite old. You can make me educational. And in fact, actually, do you know what? I think Martha, because you've got a hard roll on that, you'll
Yeah.
know this. It's actually it looks like it's because it's a kind of Spanish French architecture. Looks like it was once quite opulent, but now it's rather run down. And it's one of these buildings that it's probably an old manor house, maybe late 18th century or so. But obviously, its kind of purpose has been adapted in more recent years. And you can all make a spot hidden roll as you kind of you park the car up and you're getting out and you're crossing the road over towards this theatre.
Cheeky little spot.
Excellent.
Oh, I'm using 1 luck. Please
Oh,
keep her.
you can absolutely use 1 luck. Rico is eagle-eyed though. Um, Steve, how did
Yeah,
Heather
that's a
go?
no.
No, okay,
A
so
71 over 25.
oh yes, yeah, you
I see
hardly
what I see
you,
following Rico's
you're
eyes.
you're about to walk across the road and there's a car coming straight towards you. You just about managed to get out of the way of. You see that it looks like the sign that says the Lafayette is being painted over something, maybe an older kind of name painted on there or something. With that hard success, Rico, you can tell that from the old, very faint flaking paint, the what looks like it used to be painted over something that you think says the majestic perhaps.
Didn't that girl Violet say something about the Majestic?
The name on the posters upstairs was the Majestic. Yes.
Harold Jones. Didn't he performed the Majestic? That name Harold, it keeps popping up.
Hmm.
Isn't that the caretaker?
I may have misspoke if Violet said a theatre, she wouldn't have said the Majestic. I may have been a slip of the tongue if I said that.
Yeah,
No,
but she and her friends found the
The
the plate
Lafayette.
there, but
Lafayette.
before that, Raymond had found it, what turns out to be also there. So, if I'm
So
reading
yeah,
correctly.
in this
The letter
secret,
mentions it, yeah.
yeah, the secret room, where you hide a play in a secret room. That's definitely normal. Um, okay, the Majestic, the Lafayette, whatever the hell this place is. Let's go in.
Yeah, so you go to the door and it's locked.
Start
I'd say
banging
we
on the
go.
door.
After a moment or two, you hear footsteps. The door opens. You hear this voice saying, "I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming." The door opens, and this guy dressed in overalls looks like he's maybe in his early 60s, kind of quite thin grey hair. Says, "Can I help you?"
Detective Pinoit here, with my associates. We got a few questions. Would you mind opening the door and letting us in, sir?
Yeah, sure thing. Come on in. He opens the door. The front doors of this building lead out into an open air courtyard, and you can see there's a kind of an overhanging veranda as well that looks out over the street at the front. Um, he leads you through the courtyard, and you can see a little kind of a ticket booth and a little kind of what you think is probably like a refreshments stall for ice cream and hot dog and stuff. There's a couple of posters up as well. Appears to be some sort of season of movies being shown. Hitchcock season, Dial M for Murder, Strangers on a Train, Rear Window, Vertigo. And there's another poster as well, proclaiming that a community production of Macbeth is coming soon. Yeah. So, well, you want to? What can I help you with? What do you want to see?
We was looking for a couple of young people, specifically a young gentleman, and I'll hold up the picture. Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Dubois,
it's
Franklin Dubois.
Mr. Bar's boy. Yeah. He's been helping out at here at the theater for 6 8 months or something like that.
I don't know if you've seen him at all in the last
His mom
48
owns the
hours.
place, you know.
Yeah, we're aware. Thank you, sir. You seen him in the last 48 hours?
No, he and his friends used to come in here and hang out and do their little play rehearsals and but I hadn't seen them in a while. No,
You ever see their play rehearsals?
no, I don't know. I just mind my business. Got enough work to be doing without that sort of carry on.
Hmm. You know, what you say your name was?
Harold Jones.
Harold. Actually, pleasure to meet you, Harold. You
While
know,
the detective is talking to him, Martha is going to be moving about the room and really looking for anything.
So at the minute you're in an open air courtyard. You can see that there's more doors on the other side as well.
Oh, I'll
which
just
you
walk
which you reckon
around
would
and
probably
examine.
lead into the actual auditorium theatre proper.
Okay. Yeah, she's walking around and taking note and mental notes and just kind of looking for anything that might stand out and
You
peeking
want
in anything that might be open. So,
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's not really anything out here other than kind of the courtyard, a few chairs and that sort of thing. He says, you want me to take you on through the theatre proper?"
uh, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, I got a few questions. Take me through. My team, they got to do a few bits and bobs. You don't mind if one or
"No,
two of them had a look around independently, do you?
oh, look around, go look where you like. Not much to see." And he kind of walks across and opens up these other double doors, and they lead into the auditorium. And you can see it's a bit kind of faded, a bit threadbare. There's stairs that lead up to a balcony area, and down the center aisle ahead of you is a proscenium arch. It's got a rather kind of faded and kind of worn proscenium arch kind of carvings and that kind of thing around. Looks like it would have, in its day been, quite splendid, but its day was a long time ago. And the stage itself is dark. There's some kind of black flats at the back, black curtains hanging down, and you can see that there's a kind of a screen that can be pulled down. Not a huge screen, but a screen that can be pulled down to. You reckon that would be what they use to show the films on? Well, yeah.
can we Can we look backstage?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go if you need anything, just holler. I got some work to do, but if you need me, I'm here.
Just
Harold,
before
would
you
you?
go, Harold. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
It's long.
Would you remember a Raymond Dubois?
No, name don't ring a bell.
All right.
How long have you worked here, Harold?
Oh, a few years now.
Few years or a few years? Here in New Orleans, a few years means a hell of a long time, does it not?
Oh, my memory ain't what it was. Few years, few years.
Few years. You remember this place being the Majestic?
What now?
The Majestic.
No, never heard of that.
Oh,
You can make a psychology roll if you like.
yeah. Please. And I think if Rico had said that out loud, I don't know if anybody else is tuned in. Oh, hard success.
Nice. Sorry, what was Rico saying?
Just because Rico was the one that had said about it being
Oh, right.
the Majestic, so I don't know if
Yeah.
anybody else was kind of clued into following that line of questioning.
With that hard success, you reckon he genuinely doesn't know what you mean, but he's kind of struggling to get a bead on the memories. Like he's struggling to try and accurately answer your question about how many years he's been working there. And when you say the Majestic, it's almost like there's something in the back of his head that tells him that name's familiar to him, but he can't place it.
Howard, you always been a caretaker in the theater, or
Um, I,
you ever step on stage?
I guess on stage on me, no. Hell no. You want me? I'll make a fool of myself up in there.
Just thought a handsome chap like you. Be ashamed not to see your face up in
Handsome.
bright lights.
I ain't nothing to look at.
I imagine while this conversation's going on, the others are kind
Mm.
of doing the real
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Heather's going to be walking away, but before she does, would I be able to make a roll to see? I've met old people before. I've seen what happened to the Rook and me this afternoon. Can I tell the difference between this is an old guy who doesn't remember and this is a guy who doesn't remember?
Yeah, make a psychology roll.
What was the name of the scenario again?
Can't remember.
Yeah, that's a 78 over 40. So yeah, no.
I mean, feel free to push it if you like.
Push him down the stairs.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Go for it.
Steve.
Oh, hey, it's a 14 under 40, so that's a hard.
Excellent. What was the tack that you were taking? What was your change in the change in the way you were doing things to try and get to the bottom of it?
Ooh.
You maybe kind of.
I think I'm
close up to him. Sorry,
asking him about like last season, not looking way back, not looking for anything hard, just
Yeah, he kind of talks a little bit about some of the stuff that's been put on there in the past, and you do get a definite feeling that the recent past he's not so bad with, but it's specific. It's almost like specific trigger words that he really struggles to remember, and there's confusion as well, and it's like he's not comfortable even trying to remember this stuff. It's not quite right. It's more like, yeah, the problems you had trying to remember why you were in the house.
I think I put a hand on his shoulder. I think I know how you feel. Hope you're
Well,
All right, and she's going to wander away because I'm not
okay,
sure how to explore that in front of the
sure.
detective. So
So as you wander through the theater, as you're kind of looking around and seeing what you can see there's a couple of dressing rooms, there's a storeroom, there's a props room, a costumes room, uh, and down one of the corridors, you see the corridor turns, and there's a short corridor that seems to lead nowhere. It's got old yellowing wallpaper that's kind of peeling on it, and it just stops at a dead end at the end of the corridor. And there's no
Martha's
doors on
Mar
either side of it.
Martha's definitely, when she's looking around the back rooms, is looking for whatever the secret room that Violet mentioned. So if she kind of opens up the doors, okay, and the rooms look like, okay, this is a dressing room. It looks fairly
Mm,
standard, Um, and then we'll come across that hallway that seems to go nowhere. And that's exactly where she's gonna head down.
okay. So is anybody with you when you're looking here? Rico,
She
Heather?
she probably would have grabbed Rico to go with her so that while the party is being split up, it's not
Okay.
she's not completely alone. And it also gets Rico away from the detectives berating
Mm,
him for
yeah.
doing whatever. So yeah.
Where
Okay.
the hell is Rico?
if
He's
you let
probably
me, I'd like to
doing
say
something
that
stupid right now.
that Heather is standing at the near end of that corridor,
Okay.
looking down the corridor, trying to work up the nerve because the last time she went down a weird corridor, things went bad, but she's willing
Yeah.
to go with company.
Okay, so the three of you notice this corridor and maybe kind of a glance to each other. Here we go, and you start walking down the corridor. Meanwhile, Pinoit, are you still talking to this old guy, this guy
I,
in the auditorium, or are you going to go and
think if he
join the
said he was
others?
busy, and he had jobs to do, I'd kind of get a bit of information out of him and then kind of see him off. And then I guess maybe I'm a few steps behind the others. They'll
Okay,
kind of roll through first.
okay, yeah, and you see this kind of this corridor that goes nowhere. So the Rico and Martha, you start walking down this corridor and you very quickly realize that an all too familiar sensation is hitting you. That sense of vertigo, that sense of the corridor stretching up and away from you, dizziness, nausea. You've encountered it before. You can grit your teeth and keep walking down the corridor, but maybe you feel cold sweat on your forehead, and it seems to take you forever, all of you, to manage to get to the end of the corridor. But finally, you do, and you can all make a spot hidden roll as you kind of look around this dead end corridor. Excellent.
God.
Very lucky
Awful.
dice tonight for the detective.
How did
Usually
Heather
not
get
the
on?
way I'm enjoying this.
15 under 25.
Fantastic. So the two of you that
Oh,
actually
I
succeeded. Oh,
failed terribly. That's
you
a
failed there. It's not
95.
quite a fumble. Not had any fumbles yet.
Oh,
Not quite a fumble. But yes, so I think it's uh, yeah, Jean and Heather. You both notice that there seems to be a kind of an outline at the end of this corridor, a kind of a around 6 foot tall, 3 foot wide, rectangular outline, and the paper appears to be peeling away a little bit there. And as you maybe kind of get your fingers under it and pull it off a little bit, you see there's a door frame that's been papered over. There doesn't seem to be a handle on it, but as you pull it away a little bit further, you see that
Yeah.
there's a hole where a handle goes.
Uh, hey, oh, just hey, if there are a few steps, just hey, look at, and I'm just gonna like start just ripping bloody
Hmm.
sheets off, just like ripping it down.
Yeah, you can pull it. You can pull it off quite easily. There's a door there, and scratched on the door there are some initials that you recognize. The same initials that are in the that little note of telephone numbers. Only the initials have got um, kind of lines underneath them, but one of them, the V, has been scraped out, and there's also beside them a little squiggle, a little symbol that you all recognize. And it's small, but it's unmistakable, and a shiver runs up your spine as you look at it. I'm not going to make you ask a sanity roll because you've all seen this at least once before. But
The AS, the KP, the SAM, the R&R are all still there with the symbols beside them.
Yeah, just one kind of symbol.
Hey, this ain't a coincidence, right? I mean, who the hell carves this, huh? Into the door and then what? Papers it up?
No, y'all, this has got to be that secret room that Violet was saying about.
Okay. I'm gonna just kind of drop to a knee, and I'm gonna say, Miss Foster, Miss Long, you wouldn't do me a favor and just look the other way for a second, would you?
Changing your trousers.
I pull out my lock picking kind of kit.
Oh, there's no lock.
There's
no lock.
Oh.
It appears that there's just a hole where the handle would go, and
does it look like it opens in or it opens out?
Looks like it opens out.
We got to get a handle. We got to get in here. We can't kick this down.
It feels like you could just pull it. It doesn't feel like there's a catch on it. It feels like the paper, the wallpaper, was holding it closed.
Rook, open that door.
Reach forward, finger into the remains of where the door handle would have been, and pull.
Yeah, it's a bit stiff. The wood's warped with age a little bit, but a little bit of a tug, you can open the door, and you see, first thing that you see as the light, a little bit of light that's filtering in through the dirty, filthy, small windows in this room illuminates is a face, a pale, impassive face, white, soulless, deep eyes, and then after a moment's shock, you realize it's a mask. It's a mask sitting on a box. And there's, in the room, you can see there's an old sofa. There's a couple of chairs. There's an old table. There's some fabric, kind of reams of fabric lying on the ground. And there's a packing crate, a couple of packing crates as well. Empty crisp packets and empty cans of fizzy pop. That's that sort of thing. A kind of a teen hangout, you reckon?
Okay, Heather, Martha, you obviously in this room, look with your eyes, just in case there's anything in here that we're gonna need. Rook, gloves on, get poking about. Oh,
thank you, Detective, but it's not my first rodeo here.
Do I maybe have spare gloves?
Hey, why not?
I'll definitely hand them out then and just go, well, if it's not your first rodeo, Martha, then have at it. Heather?
Martha starts looking around. She starts walking and looking through.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a spot hidden roll.
You don't need to. Yeah, okay, yeah. Let's have a spot hidden roll. Let's have a spot.
Just to see.
Yeah.
There we
There's
go.
a few things you'll find without a spot hidden roll.
And you know what? I'm gonna go ahead because we're at that point. I'm gonna go ahead and spend 8 luck and make that a hard success. So show me all the things.
Absolutely don't need to do that, but feel free. So you look around, you all look around, and as well as the things I've already described, you find that in the packing crate there are what looks like bits of costume, a couple of props as well, and several
oh wait, no, it is a hard.
Several scripts are in French of something called Le Roi en Jaune. The one on the top, is anybody having a look in these? Maybe seeing what's inside them?
Lord help me, I speak French.
Fantastic. So you know
glad
what Le
somebody
Roi
does.
en jaune translates to, the king in yellow. The top cover, the top copy does appear to have a translation scribbled in the margins as well. You
I'd like to
also
look at the first like page or so and
yeah.
just get a sense of, these are kids. Did they translate accurately, or is there anything they got wrong?
It looks like as far as you can tell, it's accurate just at a glance. It seems like it's been done. It looks like it's Violet's handwriting, because it's the same as the little note, that same handwriting as the note that you saw pinned on the corkboard.
Okay.
It looks accurate, but the play is weird. It doesn't really make much sense, and as you read it, you get more and more uncomfortable and feel like you maybe don't really want to read anymore. It just kind of gets under your skin, and it's not a pleasant feeling at all. And it reminds you of how you felt in the bedroom. You also find, and if we could have handout 8, please, you also find a number of what look like touring schedule brochures. I'm just going to reveal this for you. Flyers for a theatre production. You can see that Raymond Dubois and the Majestic Players went on a touring season with the King in Yellow, Le Roi en Jaune, between kind of mid 1986 and 1987. It seemed to have ended in January 1987. And where it ended looks awfully familiar to you.
Oh, there it is.
Is the Shreveport in October. That's where I'm from.
The other thing that you notice with that hard spot hidden, you notice that there is a Louisiana road map lying on the on the sofa that's in here, and it looks like it's had a page torn out of it. Leafing back and forth, you can tell that it's a page from the Gulf Coast area to the east of the city.
Well,
And
if nothing else, we've had the name. It looks like the theater, something called the Fields. And if anything, that means that's something we can look up.
On the page, just just give me the map a sec. On the page that was before it, or sorry, behind it, just with my pencil, I'm just going to shade it quickly and see if there was any kind of markings, anything like that.
There is. It's clear that an area of the page that's missing has been circled. Now, I'll say you almost certainly have a map in your
Yes.
in your car,
100%,
so it'd be dead easy to kind of correlate that when you get back to your car and see.
Okay, yeah. So I'll rip out the shaded page so that we can layer it onto the page that we know it is, and then we can. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a recent map, so you know it's going to be pretty much the same as your map. Yeah. So while you're kind of mulling over that, you hear a noise in the corridor behind you, and it's a loud proclamation in a slightly wavering voice. And his is the yellow sign which you mock him by flaunting before the world. You recognize this immediately, Heather, because when you were leafing through this play, this is a quote from this play. I tell you, he will not be mocked. Standing in the corridor is Harold. He's still wearing his overalls, but he's got a cape. He's put on a cape, and he's wearing this kind of stage crown, this kind of golden crown, and he's carrying what looks like a prop saber of some kind, and he comes striding down the corridor towards you. He is a king whom emperors have served, and that is why he scorns a crown. And he swipes out towards whoever's nearest. Who's got the lowest luck?
I got
16.
38.
Yeah, I'm still higher. I'm higher than that. So
Steve, what was yours?
42.
Oh, I thought you said 32. That's a shame. Rico?
60.
Ah, shizer. Heather?
Well, since I didn't need that 8 points, I'm still at 60.
Ah, crap. I started with 40. Okay, I'm on 38. It's me.
All right. So he swipes down towards you. Yeah, how are you reacting?
Well, I think if I was able to see him on his way down
Yes, you're
before he started
absolutely.
running
Yeah,
down,
he was
I
proclaiming as he stormed down at
absolutely, and
speed.
I even started pretending with my pen that I had my gun out.
You did, yeah,
That
you did.
I
That was good
would have
pen
pulled the gun
gun.
out. Whether he's listening or not, I would also be kind of going, Harold, put that thing down, Harold. You need to put it down now.
Now you have a readied firearm. If
Yeah.
you want to take a shot, you're going to be the first to act.
Yeah, I'm taking a shot.
Okay, so he strides towards you, and he's got bloody murder in his eyes. He looks like this thing is blunt and rusty, but he could still do some damage, you reckon? But yeah, go for it. Take your shot.
Okay, let's have a look. Oh,
You want to spend the luck?
okay. Yeah, because it's only, what is that, 4 points?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please. I will spend 4 points of luck.
Okay, you'd spend 4 points of luck and put a bullet in him. It doesn't seem to bother him. I mean, he's obviously he staggers back and he stumbles with it, and he's bleeding profusely from this gunshot wound. He's taken 4 points of damage, so it's not inconsiderable. But he swipes down towards you. Let's go into Dex order because he's not the fastest.
Rook!
Yeah, Rico, you are
Ah!
you're quick off the mark. You're the fastest in Dex order.
I was going to say I'm not far behind, but I've got to turn around where I'm grey weapon going, stand down, police, now. And if with no response, I'll basically draw and fire.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Take your shot.
So it's the police clock.
Oh.
Just another 2.
Nice. Okay, another bullet goes into him. He's bleeding. God, he says, "He will not be denied," and he's not for stopping. Yeah, you can tell. You reckon this guy's lost it completely, lost it. Jean, you've had your action. Martha, do you want to take any action?
Hiding, getting out of the way. More at this point. I will do a quick scan of the room and see if there's anything useful to grab.
Let's have a luck roll. Let's have a luck roll.
Stick. Yeah,
it might be a broken chair leg or
or
something like that. Yeah,
something,
or a heavy ashtray, perhaps.
or even a wooden, the wooden sword. A wooden prop, something with some solidity. It doesn't, something along
Let's have a
those
luck roll to
lines.
see if there's something in easy reach.
Oh yes, there is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can grab. A bit of maybe there's a prop, a bit of wooden prop sword or something like that, like you say. Yeah.
And then I'm going to stand back a ways because I'm going to let Rico with the gun and the detective, as they are proper police, try to work through it. But and then I will probably stand near Heather to make sure that, at least if necessary, I can put myself, make sure that she has someone there.
Okay. And speaking of Heather, what's Heather doing when she sees this bizarre scene?
Okay, so you said that I recognized the speech that he's doing from flipping through the script. Do I know what happens next in the script?
You've not really had time to read it to that degree. That'll take you maybe half an hour or so to actually read through it to get.
Okay, can I find the spot that he's at?
Yeah, I'll say you can find the spot that he's at. Yeah.
Gonna jump ahead to whatever the next line of dialogue is and start proclaiming that line in hopes that the action moves on, and
I shoot Heather. Jokes.
It's not your action.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know it's not Heather
As
you're
you-
actually firing at. I get it.
as you start reading, proclaiming the speech, he turns to you, and his face is enraged, and his attention is diverted from Pinoit. He swings out towards you with this this kind of cutlass or whatever it is that he's got. And I'm going to
I'm
make
not
a
sure
roll.
what I was hoping to happen, but that was not it. Yeah, I
Yeah, he
guess
doesn't seem
I'm,
to be even rationally in the play. He's just he seems to have kind of his mind seems to have fractured.
okay. In the moment, I think I dodged.
I think that's a very sound idea. So yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh,
Oh well, he swings right past you anyway, but you can tell he's going in for another shot, and it's back to Rico again.
for the record, that was a 92 over 40.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, you're fine because he missed you anyway. So, Rico, your action.
Since putting bullets into this person
I mean,
isn't
he's bleeding heavily. You can tell that, he is. It's not like he's immune to the bullets or anything like that. It's just he's driven
it's
by
such an
rage and
adrenaline
anger and adrenaline. Absolutely, yeah.
bust. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rico is going, okay, this is somebody on the serious drugs. Don't really want to kill him. If we can help it. Also, at this point, if I shoot him and the bullet goes through him, I'm shooting into Heather. So
That's
I'm
not
just going to draw my trusty truncheon
Oh,
and
okay, yeah.
hit one over the head.
Are you trying to knock him out, or are you just trying to injure him? Because you can do,
Uh,
if you want, you can do a knockout blow, which means you'll do a point of damage to him and he'll go unconscious if you
I think
succeed.
I'll go for the knockout blow.
Okay, so he will fight back against this when you swipe towards him. Okie dokie. He will swing his saber out, but he doesn't succeed to a great enough degree to actually manage to avoid your whacking him over the head with your baton. Presumably, that's what you're using, and he goes down like a sack of potatoes.
Rogue, put some handcuffs on this son of a bitch. I'll kick the blade away from him.
Yeah, he's out for the count. You
As
can handcuff him. You can call in a squad car if you want, and you can have him carted away.
as he's being handcuffed, I'll say, Rico, call in a squad car. This guy needs to go down to the he needs to be put in the cell for the night. And I'm just going to search his pockets and just give him the once over.
Detective, he's bleeding. Perhaps an ambulance?
Yeah. We'll get around to that in a minute.
Yeah, there's a telephone in the little kind of ticket office area. You can go in. You can phone in the squad car. You can phone for an ambulance, and it takes a while, maybe an hour or so. But they get that all squared away. You're asked a few questions. The cops that come in to pick him up and escort the ambulance ask for a brief rundown. You've got some paperwork that you're going to have to fill in the morning. But once the dust settles, you're all back together again, standing outside the Majestic.
I imagine it's our pal Charles Harris who's come to do the paperwork.
Yeah, why not? Let's say it is.
Hey, Charles, my pal. We'll do it in the morning, okay? We'll do it in the morning. We got to follow up on some leads.
Whatever. Pain in the ass, Benoit.
I know. Hey, we're all a pain in the ass.
Ladies. And he sleazes off. So yeah, we're now at the point where you need to decide what you want to do next.
I think if we're back at the car, on just opening the boot, getting the map out, closing the boot, putting it on so that Heather, Martha, Rico, we're all looking at it together.
Yeah.
Finding the numbered page from the
Sure.
one that we've ripped out, putting it behind, circling where had been circled in the map already and going, well, there you go.
Okay, can we have handout number 9, please, as you reveal the area of the map? Uh, um,
Exciting.
Here we go. I just need to do something very quickly here. Um, those following us on the stream can see the map now, but unfortunately you can't.
I'm also
Just give me 2 secs.
looking at the stream,
Just give me 2 secs.
so
There
I
we go,
can
that's funny.
see.
Yes. There it is here. Okay. And I'm just going to reveal
There are
that
things
for you.
circled on the map.
There is an area circled on the map. Yeah, I'm just going to. There you go.
Ah, there it is.
Um, so this is actually a slightly different map, but it's the same area circled. And you can see that an area just by looks like the town of Delacroix is circled. Now you know that that's just bayou swamp out there. You're not aware of any towns being out there.
No towns means no theaters. So
But it looks like that's where they were headed.
Houses.
well, Martha's from the area. So would she know some of the history then of how there used to be small, shacks or put up, speakeasies put,
Oh yeah,
created and kind of thrown together back in the bayou areas, um, especially during Prohibition, that, there might still be some structures that are still out there that,
yeah. Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I mean, this Elysian Wells doesn't mean anything to you, but who knows?
How far away are we, Mr. Spike,
Yeah,
from
you're about
this
90 minute
area?
drive from Delacroix.
Okay, everybody needs to hit the restrooms, do it now because we got to drive. And Pinoit will get in the car, window down, cigarette on the go, wait for the others to get in as and when they're ready.
Okay. So, unless anybody wants to do anything specific before you head off, you can get on the road, head down the highway. As I say, it takes about 90 minutes or so. Delacroix is a small town. You pass through it, and on the outskirts, on the far outskirts, you can see that the road is just sort of petering out into little more than a track that leads into the bayou. But there's a gas station there as well. And yeah, after this drive, maybe maybe if somebody came down this way, they might have needed to fill up.
Yeah, we'll
Maybe
probably
you
pull
do.
over at the gas station.
Yeah.
Um,
There's a guy in there as well, kind of sitting reading the paper. Looks up.
Rico, I'm filling up the car. Go find out who came through here, Elysium Way. Come on, come on. Ask the questions. Ask the questions.
I'll wander over to the attendant. Um, Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're looking for some members of the Dubois family. Said they'd be out here somewhere, place of Elysian Wells. Said to ask for the king.
I don't know no Dubois. I don't know no Elysian Wells. I don't know no king. We ain't got no king.
Have,
We got a president.
have any of y'all seen the group of teenagers, maybe a bit of hooligans coming through here,
Yeah, there was
maybe in
some
the last
kids.
day or so?
Yeah, kids came through a day or so ago. Yeah, driving a big black sedan, fancy car. I remember thinking at the time.
Hmm. Do you don't happen to know which direction they went, do you? by
Yeah,
chance?
they went off that way. He just sort of points as the road turns, into this little more than, a trail that goes off, and you can see the kind of the trees and the the swamp is kind of gets thicker up ahead. Yeah, they went off down that way. I don't want to mean nothing down there, but they went off there anyway.
I was gonna say there can't be much down there, especially with the big fancy car.
Nothing down there but bayou, swamp. Ain't seen them come back neither.
They're
Nothing.
more by themselves.
I don't know.
Well,
You looking for any trouble?
well, yeah, there's one of them that had a fight with his mama, and he we think him and his friends decided to go blow off some steam. So we're just making sure that they're all fine. That make sure that he's okay. Take him back to his mama. Make sure he apologizes. That sort of thing.
Well, I don't know. I reckon they head off in the bayou, maybe they're drinking, taking drugs or something.
Yeah,
None of my business.
we're hoping not for the drugs, but man, we get it, they're teens, they're kind of feral at this point, they're probably out there drinking, but it helps. We have a direction. We'll probably head down that way. Anything else you don't know of anything else that's happened that
Nothing
may be
happens
down
round
there?
here.
Nothing
This is the
strange
ass end
or
of
and
nowhere.
oh, that's true. And we all know that what happens in the bayou tends to stay there.
Well, if gators don't get you, you count yourself lucky.
Mm, very true. Officer, did you have anything further?
I think that's all we need. Thank you, sir.
Yep. And you can pay for your gas and head off the direction that he pointed. And very soon, as you're driving, the road starts to worsen. Um, and it winds through as the bayou gets more and more dense. And the road it's rough going. You have to drive quite carefully as you're going through. Um, and soon you notice that it's really not a road at all anymore. It's maybe once was a road, but there's no signs or there's nothing like that. Every now and then you see what looks like maybe it was a signpost or something poking out of the ground, but it's rusted or broken or illegible. And black clouds start rolling in. Looks like a storm's coming, and you wind through this road that's kind of passes through the swampland, and the clouds get thicker, and the rain starts coming, and the rain gets heavier, and daylight is obscured. You need to flick on your headlights shining through this rain, which is getting heavier and heavier with each passing minute. The road itself is getting worse. There's potholes. It's muddy. You have to be really careful as you're driving along. And after maybe 15, 20 minutes or so, the rain is driving, and you can hear this rumble of thunder in the background. And every now and then you hear a crack and a flash of lightning. There's a storm now you're driving through. And though the wind isn't strong, the rain is, and the clouds are so thick and dark. It's really difficult to see where you're going. You're moving at a snail's pace, crawling along this dirt road, and a flash of lightning comes, and you see through the trees what look like stone columns in amongst them, broken, decayed, moss-covered stone. A little bit further along, there's another crack of light, and is what looks like a half-ruined wall along the side of this twisting, winding road. Another crack of lightning, and masked statue standing between two trees, covered again in moss, looking out over the road. It's very, very strange. Who's built these out here in the middle of nowhere? How how have they come to be here? The road winds on, the thunder rumbles, and I'd like everyone please to make me a spot hidden roll, and I'd like an extreme spot hidden for this to be of use to you.
Ooh. Extreme spot.
Yeah, I'm not spending. I don't have 75 points.
No worries. Who is driving at this moment? Is it
I'm
still Jean?
driving.
Jean is driving. Well, that's you're
yeah.
extremely lucky then. That's um so you see just almost at the last minute a dark shape. You can't tell what it is, but there's something dark that's obscuring some of the little light that's filtering through these clouds, coming through the sky towards you, and there is a crash as something heavy lands on the roof. And I'd like a drive roll from you, please, Jean, because you made that extreme spot hidden. I just need a normal drive roll.
Oh,
Yep, there it is.
oh, Karma, you found me.
So
It's only 37 points of luck.
the car is skidding out of control. It
I've got enough.
thumps and crashes, and everyone is jostled and tumbles about the car. Everyone can take a D4 points of damage
Oh.
as you hit a pothole.
Oh,
You can feel
Christ.
something is crushing the roof of the car down on top of you, rending it along. It feels like something is pulling the car along sideways. You think trying to lift it off the ground. And you're all being shaken about and tossed about the car.
I've been hurt. I've taken 4 points of damage. I have slammed myself against the side into the steering wheel. If we're being dragged sideways and I'm still relatively conscious, and can I tell there's something on the roof pulling the car?
Yeah, oh, you can feel it. You can feel it, and you definitely saw something, and then heard.
I'm going
this
to pull
big
out my
flash.
pistol, hold up to the ceiling, and fire it like 3 or 4 times.
Absolutely, you can 100% do that. Your shot goes off. I'm not going to ask you to make a firearms or anything. Boom, boom, and whatever it is
Yeah,
that's
sorry,
holding on
everybody.
releases. It's deafening the echo
Yeah.
of the pistol shots in the car. But whatever it is that's grabbed the car releases it, and you all see a flash of lightning illuminate something, a shadowy something, a huge winged something flying off away into the distance. And you can all make a sanity roll as you see this this thing just for this brief moment. You see something in
Yep. That's
Oh, yes.
okay.
Oh,
on my
Martha.
14 reds of a 50-50 chance run here.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Rico.
So
Rico.
on a fumble, you take the full
No.
3 points of sanity damage for seeing this whatever the hell it is flying through the sky away from you. The rest of you, if you succeeded, you don't take any any sanity damage. If you failed, you take a D3.
A D3.
Okay, I think given that massive sanity loss, Rico is going to pretty much just adopt the we're crashing airline brace. Go, this isn't happening, this isn't happening, this isn't happening.
Okay. And as Rico is kind of clutching himself, trying to forget what he saw, whatever it was he saw, it was huge and that's too big. Couldn't be a bird. Couldn't. What could it be? You don't even want to think about what it might be. But Pinoit, are you driving on? The top of your car is mashed.
Yeah, I mean, if I can get the car back relatively into the right part of the road very slowly, and I'm just gonna say I gotta keep an eye on the road. Eyes up, eyes up. You let me know what you see. Yeah.
As you do, Rook will stop you once you sort of straight out, and he'll make his way around back to the boot/trunk, and he's going to take out one of the pair of police shotguns that are in there, just so that he has
Cool.
it to hand.
Okay,
Let's give the
absolutely.
shotgun to the guy that fumbled his sanity roll, shall we?
Yeah,
Good
that's exactly
call.
what we want. Oh dear.
Well, better than the one who was, threatening a little girl,
Hey, you wait.
He was on
Criminal
best
record
behavior.
for sure.
He was on best behavior. So yeah, it takes you a few minutes. You've gone off the road a bit. The wheels skid and kick up muck, but you eventually manage to get the car back onto the road and carry on the way you've been going. After a few minutes, the fog starts the clouds start to part and the storm ends. But as it does so, this black fog starts rolling in through the trees, around the car, and in front of you, obscuring some of your view ahead. You see a signpost, and there's something beside it. It takes you a few moments to kind of make out exactly what it is because of the fog around, but it's a car. It's what looks like a black sedan car, and there is a sign that says, "Welcome to Elysian Wells, population 3,197." And up ahead, you can see that the road kind of splits, and through the fog, you can see the shapes of buildings a little further along. And there's something else as well. You can see shapes on the road as well, and shapes through the trees.
We're going to slowly cruise through.
Okay.
I'm waiting for anybody to call anything out, but just slowly cruising through. I think we're waiting to find like a theater or something.
So the car by the sign.
I'm looking out the windows and keeping an eye on the car as we pass it to see if there's any movement or any if I see anybody sitting inside the car or any light or anything.
Pull the brakes on quickly and just kind of say, eyes quick on the car. Rook, look at the car. Heaven, Martha, someone go with him?
All four doors of the car are open.
So, well, that's a success on a spot hidden. So I'm looking quickly into the car.
Yeah, you see some detritus, some sweet wrappers, that sort of thing. Looks like, it's pretty new, pretty expensive car. But I would say, as soon as you roll that spot hidden, as you kind of look at the car and look around, you can see there are indeed buildings up ahead. But you also see that the road splits off. It splits off three different ways. On the right, it goes through the trees, through the bayou. You don't know exactly where to. On the left, it curves round, and you can see that there's a lake there. And the road seems to curve round, and it's just sort of crumbles and descends into the lake. But the central road that also curves, looks like maybe curves around the side of the lake, it seems to be going into the buildings. And peering through the fog, you can see not only buildings, but you can also see what look like cars on the road, sort of just abandoned from the look of it.
Well, looks like we've only got one way to go because we go that way. Looks like we probably circle back. We go that way, we go right into the lake. And no offense, but I'm not the best swimmer, and I don't think that they went that way. Buildings seem to be it.
Okay. Slow crawl, but yeah, with a little bit of pace, but slow enough that if we see something, we can stop. Is the intention.
Okay. As you crawl
We're obviously
along,
looking for the fields.
Yeah. As you crawl along, you can see that there's what looks like buildings along the edge of this lake. Looks like quite a large lake, but you can't see the full extent of it because it's shrouded in fog. Heather, you start to get a weird feeling of recognition. Something's familiar about this lake, this place. Up ahead, the buildings that are crumbling and decaying. Some of them are half in the water. Looks like either the land is sinking or the lake is rising and starting to engulf this town. There are a strange mixture of new and old buildings, and even the new buildings look like they're decaying. It looks like the swamp is eroding them, and almost like time is accelerated for the disintegration of these buildings. But you can also see cars that look like they're abandoned or even burnt out in some cases. Some of the buildings have got, well, most of the buildings, in fact, have got smashed windows. There is graffiti everywhere, and this symbol, this sign, is sprayed on to various places in the town, and black spray paint, white spray paint, or even looks like maybe daubed with a paintbrush. You think it's paint anyway. And there are other structures as well. As you drive through, you see there's a signpost that points to the town centre, and another one that points to Elysian Fields. As you continue along, you can see that the direction of the town centre, there is what looks like a large fountain in this kind of central area, with a statue, a masked statue of a woman in a long, regal looking robe. She is poised, as I say, she's masked, and it looks very impressive, but very ancient as well. And as well as the houses that are
Question,
smashed.
does
Oh
the
yes, sorry.
mask look like the one we saw at the theater?
No, it doesn't. It's
Okay.
it is slightly different design to that.
Okay.
It's fairly simple and plain, but it's not identical to that. There are other structures. There are archways, great stone archways, support pillars of some massive structure that no longer exists. There are other statues here, there, and everywhere. Some of them seem to be just sprouting out of the ground almost. Um, and it looks like this weird kind of juxtaposed vision of two different cities, an ancient city and a new city, almost kind of existing side by side. It's hard to tell what came first. Um, and yeah, as I say, the whole place is crumbling. There's debris all over the roads. I mean, it looks to all intents. You've seen civil disturbance in your time on the police force. It looks like there's been some sort of riot has gone here, but long time ago, everything's kind of old and rusty. Some of the number plates you see on the cars, as you kind of, if you maybe wipe some of the filth off them, they don't look more than sort of 8, 9 years old at the oldest. But you'd think these cars have been sitting here for 30, 40 years.
Huh.
Not really a place with a lively nighttime, is it? Gives me the creeps.
And there's nobody there, Spike. We can't see anybody.
Can't see a soul here at all. It's
Then
deathly
driving
quiet.
these streets, we can't. Is there any sign of any, as Heather said, the fields?
Yes, there's a signpost for Elysian Fields. It seems to go down this kind of cobbled street that's too narrow for the car to drive down.
Wonder if it's an outdoor theater, as it were.
Maybe.
With all the fancy amphitheaters, like something. Yeah.
Well, there was that note about raising the stones to do whatever.
Pulling the car over. I'll whatever you need, you take it now. I'll go around to the boot and I will get the other shotgun from the boot of the car.
You are loaded up with shotguns. Not a problem. Yes.
I'm assuming that there is a road map in the glove compartment,
Yeah.
or a road atlas or something.
Absolutely.
Want to take a look and see whether Elysian Wells is supposed to be here.
No, there's nothing here. It's just swamp.
Okay.
So what you've got, you've kind of tracked the area that's been circled, and that's where you are now. But it's just swamp. It's just by you. There's
Yeah,
no.
I'm just making sure that it's not
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that map said it said there's no such thing. Map from the gas station says the same thing. That's all.
Yes. No. Absolutely. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. There's nothing here. There's.
That's supposed to be. Yeah.
So yeah, as I say, the sign for Elysian Fields points down this kind of cobbled street. Looks like, a very old street.
Well, if everything seems to be pointing us this way, I'm thinking this is where we have to go.
Good.
As she grips her the wooden sword that she still has in her hands.
Yeah.
Officers front and rear, civilians in the middle.
So I mean, there is one. I grabbed the first aid kit out of the trunk,
Okay.
just in case.
As you head down, you're going to need to get out the car. The car's too big to get down this little cobbled street. As you head down, you hear singing. So it sounds like a girl's voice singing.
You hear that?
Make out what she's singing.
Along the shore, the cloud waves break. Twin suns sink behind the lake. The
Where's
shadows
it?
lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where
Carcosa.
black stars rise.
I guess we're moving towards.
Strange moon circles.
Need to find her.
As you carry on down this path, you see a form. There's a girl walking into the swamp, slowly stepping forward. She's kind of ankle deep at the moment, and this is where the voice is coming from. She's wearing a long white dress.
Miss.
No, get back. And
Yeah.
Martha kind of runs forward towards her without thinking too much about it.
Hmm.
Yes.
She pays you no attention at all. She just slowly walks. She's slowly walking, getting slightly deeper. With her
Can
back
I
to
can
you.
I reach her before
Yeah,
she goes
absolutely. You
completely
can
in?
reach her. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you can reach her. She's maybe up to her knees in the water when you reach her.
Yeah.
Do
Martha
you want to
just
kind of?
runs to her. Yeah.
She keeps walking, but if you want to grab her and try and stop her, you
Yes.
can. Yeah.
Yes, I would like to.
You take hold of her, and her head turns, and she's wearing a mask.
And I reach up and take the mask off.
Grab hold of the mask, pull it off her face, except there is no face. Can you make a sanity roll, please? Where there should be a face, there is just a blank canvas of skin and flesh.
Okay, that's an extreme
An
success.
extreme
Oh.
success. Okay, yes. You don't lose any sanity. You can still hear her singing somehow, just for a brief moment, until she collapses into the water.
And Martha very kind of tentatively reaches in and kind of grabs the robes, I guess, and just kind of tries to, I guess, since she's kind of somewhat floating, I guess she's not falling
A little bit,
she's not
yeah. You can grab her and you can kind of drag. She's
kind of,
she's
yeah,
unconscious.
just kind of
Yeah.
drag her until, solid ground at least is,
Yeah,
you
you
kind
can
of
drag her
up.
up onto solid ground. Yeah.
And
she
then
just lies
once
there.
she's sure she's kind of out, although she's not going to sink down into the water, and she's at least partially on solid ground, that's when she'll let go and she will back away
Okay.
a few steps.
What's everybody else doing while Martha's doing this?
Once she's pulling her up onto the steps and stuff, I'd probably run down to help pull her up.
And you see a girl with no face. Can you make a sanity roll, please?
Oh, so when you say no face, no mouth, no nose,
Just
skin.
Just skin.
A success.
Okay, you don't take any sanity damage from that.
What the fuck? Holy shit! Uh, um, the Heather, you got that first aid kit? What?
Heather,
What?
you and Rico can see further down the cobbled path. It leads into what looks like a playing field. It looks like like a football pitch or something. There is a building, a kind of a ruined building. Looks very like a school building. Um, and there are bleachers on either side of this kind of football pitch. There's mist all around it. Something weird about the building, though, because it looks like it's got two large doors that are sitting open with light streaming and mist streaming out from them. On the bleachers on either side of this pitch, there are forms moving about. They're too far away to tell exactly what they are, but there's maybe half a dozen or more of them.
Who sees that? Sorry, Spike.
That's Heather and Rico see that.
Okay.
Well, I
And
think
these
Rico,
large doors are just like by themselves, or are they set into something?
Yeah, they're in the wall of the school, but they're huge.
Okay.
yeah, I think Rico is basically busy covering the rear arc, so he isn't really paying attention to what's going on with the artist's humanoid model doll. And we'll sort of turn around and say, never mind her, I think this is where we need to be. We'll sort of turn the group around and start leading in towards into the fog.
Okay, what do Pinoit and Martha want to do?
Holy shit! Martha? Do we take this girl with us? We can't. If we leave her, she's just gonna walk back into the lake, right?
I don't know. I mean, she's out. But if she's like this, what about the rest of them? How
Okay.
many? How many were on that list?
There was. I'll just flip back from my notes. Violet was crossed off. It was AS, which I'm thinking is Aiden. KP,
Yeah.
Christopher, Sam, and then the R&R, the Rogers boys, I think was.
Okay. So maybe this is Sam. Maybe that's short for Samantha.
She got anything in her pockets or anything like that, Keeper?
I'm going to say that she doesn't, but yeah, no, she doesn't. Yeah, no. She's just wearing the dress. She's not got anything else.
Okay.
Um,
Martha, we got to sort this out. This is, I mean, what the fuck is going on
uh,
here?
look, she's on dry land. She's out.
Right.
We got to find the rest of them.
Okay.
If this, we've got to find the rest of them.
Hey, Rico, lead the way. We're coming. We're coming.
Okay, you move down the cobbled steps. They wind down, and you can see as you get closer to this pitch, this playing fields area. It looks like it's a school playing fields, and the school is on one side of the pitch, and there's these bleachers on the other. But there's something just not right about it. The doors on the school are bigger than they should be. The school itself is decaying, crumbling, falling down. And there's these spectral, wraith-like figures with masks, all different kinds of masks on, wearing these kind of they're sort of hooded and semi-transparent. And they're moving slowly around and through the bleachers. They don't really seem to be paying you much attention. They just seem to be there. As you get closer, you can see there are a number of stone pillars on the center of the playing field, arranged in a V-shape pattern. They're about 3-4 feet high, flat on top. And there's some discarded clothes here as well. They look like costumes, cloaks, and that kind of thing. And
Masks are about the
there
place?
are no masks. No, you do not see any masks. But what you do see is through these open doors that they look like carved oak doors or something on the side of the school. There is a luminescence coming through the mist, some sort of light source there. It's not bright, but it's bright enough that you can see that there look like there are steps just on the inside of the building, just on the other side of the door, steps leading up, wide, deep stone steps that are leading up.
And
They don't look like they fit inside the building somehow, but they're there nonetheless.
apart from these spectral wraiths that are kind of like semi-transparent through the bleachers, there's nobody else we can see.
No, nobody else.
So I will, gesture with my hand for quiet, but also for Rico and Heather and Martha, pointing at the school, pointing at the steps, kind of double time, move out, we're going. And we will, track Detective Pinoit in front towards the open school doors and the steps.
Okay, you head across
Looking
the
back
fields.
for just a second,
Of course,
I'm guessing these stone pillars on the field match the pattern
do.
of dots we saw earlier. Yeah,
they do.
okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Rico, about the thought that do we need to change that pattern or something?
They're large, heavy pillars. They look like they've forced their way out of the ground.
Okay.
Solid stone.
That's not
That letter said
Yeah.
something about the stones, doing something with the stones. Making can't remember what it said. So we go in.
I'll pull out the copy and really
There.
quietly. Though yet too young to understand, one day you may yearn to walk beneath the two black suns along the shores of Lake Ali to hear the song, blah, blah, blah. Through that manuscript, the majestic revealed the unstone world to me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Something about stones. Carcosa calls to me, it calls to me. As if it may call for you someday for sea counts, how it may guide you, I cannot. Ain't nothing in there about stones.
Well,
Mhm.
under the light of Aldebaran, I shall raise the stones to welcome him.
Oh,
I guess we go into the light of Aldebaran, whatever that is.
yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, you head to the bottom of this flight of stairs. You can't see how far they go up, but they seem to go up further than they should be able to inside this building. There is a mist, and on either side, progressing up the stones, on either side of the steps, rather, on either side, there are these torches, these burning torches that seem to just float in midair, and that's what's illuminating them. You can step up, and as you climb the stairs, you start to be able to make out something else further up ahead on either side. You go up one, two, three, you keep going, you keep going, and after a few moments, you seem to be further up the steps than you should conceivably be. It doesn't seem to be possible. But you do see two figures, one on either side. They are wearing kind of hoodies and jeans and trainers. They're roughly the same height, hair, same color. They're both wearing masks. What they're wearing is the comedy and the tragedy masks, but they're upside down. And they're just standing on either side of the steps.
The brothers.
You don't seem to be kind of registering your arrival at all.
Is that the brothers? You said there were two brothers on that list.
Yeah, Rogers boys. Boys,
You're paying you no attention at all.
boys, Detective Pinoit here.
You just stand there, quietly, peacefully.
I'll go up to the one on the right. Is that comedy or tragedy?
Ooh, tragedy.
Okay.
Real-
I'll go up to the one with the upside down tragedy mask
Mm.
and stand in front of him, and I will attempt to take the mask off.
You can reach out, take the mask off. He has no face.
Mhm.
Please make me a sanity roll. Anyone in the vicinity that
Mhm.
can see what Martha is doing, please make a sanity roll.
I think I'd be doing the same thing with comedy.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Yeah. Please. Yeah.
yeah.
Go for it. And
No.
if you fail, it's a D3. I think it is. Let me just double check. A D is a D4. Sorry. If you fail, it's a D4. If you succeed, it's nothing. And they drop to the ground, unconscious, as soon as you remove the mask.
Oh, God.
What a waste of a 2.
All right. I think we can say that the masks are somehow keeping them going. I don't know if they're alive. I reached down, actually.
Mm.
I will kind of bend down to the body and
Mhm.
will try to feel for a pulse. Just
Yeah,
basic.
there's a pulse.
Whatever's going on is gone in these masks.
Whatever the
It's alive.
fuck's
He's
going
alive.
on, it may be a lot, but it ain't normal. It ain't functioning. It ain't got no
Well, of
face. It ain't
course it's
responding.
not normal. Of course it's not normal, but obviously whatever's going on has got to be in these masks.
What are the
So,
masks made of?
Porcelain.
I'm going to break one.
yeah.
Okay. You break the mask. Nothing happens other than you have a broken mask in your hands. The stairs continue up into the mist.
I'm going up
So
there. I'm heading up there. If you're so convinced this is done with the mask, put one on. See if it makes a change. See if it makes a difference. But I am going up there. I'm going to find that goddamn boy and I'm going to whoop his ass and take him back to his mother.
that's 3. That's 3 of them. Rogers boys, and that's probably Sam. That means there's 3 others, right? Let's
Right.
go. We've got to find them. These aren't going anywhere, hopefully.
We march up.
Okay. You carry on
Todd.
up. After a few moments, the steps change slightly. They become smaller, still stone, but less impressively large. You know, it's just walking up stone steps, and now you think they're marble steps, and you can see up above you. You're reaching the top. There is a carved marble archway with sigils and symbols entwined around through it. You walk up onto the marble floor that stretches out in front of you, and through the archway you can see this massive hall. You can't even see where the ceiling could be, if there even is a ceiling. There are archways and these shades, these shadows, these wraiths that you saw down in the fields. They are flitting in and out of the archways and between statues all around, monstrous statues, each one wearing a different mask. Some of them are pretty much humanoid, but maybe with something slightly strange and unnatural about them. Perhaps a tentacle, a long, writhing, twisting tentacle where an arm should be. Perhaps more arms than there should be. Perhaps legs more like a faun or a satyr or something like that. And some of these other statues are more grotesque, more bizarre, abominations, creatures that should not, could not possibly exist, ranging in height from 4 or 5 feet to maybe 9, 10 feet, and dead center ahead of you. You're not quite sure how far because distance is very hard to gauge and to calculate here. There is a raised dais, and upon it there is a throne. Standing in front of the dais, there are 3 figures, smallish human figures. with a pedestal with some what looks like a dish sitting in front of them on it. On the throne, there is a figure, a tall, gaunt figure that wears a pallid mask. It is dressed in long, flowing yellow robes that seem to move of their own volition, and on its head is a crown, possibly golden brambles, but maybe it's antlers. It's very hard to tell. It seems to change as you look at it. It's very hard to get a bead on it. There is mist and fog all around you, and behind this figure, which is now standing up from the throne that it sat upon, there is something large moving in the mist. You could see the mist swirling around behind it. I would like everybody, please, to make me a sanity roll for this thing, this vision, this spectacle that they're looking at. If you succeed, then you just take a d4.
If you succeed, you take a d4.
Mhm.
What, pray
Oh.
tell, happens if you fail, Mr. Spike?
Well, Mr. Newman, if you fail, you may
Oh.
roll one of your d10s.
Oh,
Oh,
moly.
Right there with you, Newman.
9.
Fabulous.
I rolled a 9 whilst holding my shotgun.
oh.
And it just
Exactly
so
5.
happens that
Oh,
while
This
And you
takes me
thought you were gonna
below
get
my
away.
5th as well.
Okay.
there's Rook also holding a shotgun takes just enough to go
Over the
in
edge.
as well.
That is so lovely. How are Heather and Heather doing?
I lose 5 points, which
Okay.
is obviously temporary insanity,
let's find out, yeah.
which also takes me to a cumulative 1/5. Exactly.
Okay. Fantastic. So we've got 3 indefinitely insane investigators. Heather, how's Martha doing?
I only took 4, and I am just about there. Not quite, but
It's not quite
just
there,
about.
but just about there.
Let's just say any more sand, and it will be.
Fantastic. Well, my goodness,
I'm on the
that
edge.
almost ended very suddenly there. So I know we're running short on time. So let's have everybody that is now indefinitely insane. You don't need to make your intelligence roll because you're there. Let's find out what's happening. We'll start with Rico. Have you got a bout of madness in mind for Rico, or would you like to let the dice decide?
I'm thinking back to where he first encountered the yellow sign and where he realized that his family were he got that paranoia part from his family really being turned against him and so forth.
Okay, yeah.
I think he delves into that and realizes that he's been pushed into this impossible situation by his family, who are in reality the people around him, and he needs to just eliminate.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Let's go with that. Heather, Steve, Heather, how is this insanity manifesting? Do you want to let the dice decide, or have you got an idea for something that some course of action that Heather might wish to take?
Hang on a second. Very wiggly cat here in the middle of everything, which is where they belong. I think with all the mask stuff we're dealing with, so Heather has a history as a con artist. She's played many different roles. She also has acting as one of her strongest skills. So I think basically every few seconds, her posture changes, her voice changes. She's basically bopping between all of the different people she's been.
Fantastic. Okay. Newman, Pinoit. How do you want to deal with his bout of madness?
I think he kind of drops into like an instinctual kind of phase here. He kind of like falls out of the whole police officer malarkey. He's got his shotgun. He is seeing something horrific here. He's seeing these young people have these masks on and then no faces, and all he can do is think about his daughter. All he can think about, he doesn't get to see his daughter, but all he can do is think about his daughter and do the one thing that he would wants to do more than anything, which is protect her. So I think he is going to use force, and um he is going to use his shotgun and attack any peoples that seem to have masks on them, because they are potentially a threat to the young people of New Orleans.
Okay. So at the moment, you can only see one figure with the mask, and that is the tall figure dressed in yellow tattered robes that is stepping down from the throne towards the three figures with their backs towards you just now.
Well, if I stay true to what I said, then
Okay.
Detective Pinoit is going to try and unload a number of shotgun shells into that
Okay.
individual.
You're a fair distance from. You're going to need to get closer in order to be able to unload shotguns into it effectively.
Yeah, start
Just to
jogging
throw
over
some,
there.
just to throw some chaos into it. Didn't the
Yes.
wraiths floating in and out have masks?
They do. They do have masks.
And then the statues have masks on them, right?
The statues have masks on them. You don't know whether
Okay.
the masks can come off the statues or whether they're part
Right.
of the statues. But
So
yeah,
just saying that
yeah, that's true.
the
That's very
the
true.
large figure does have it. If
Yeah,
we really
yeah.
want to throw
No,
some
no,
chaos
that's
into poor Jean's
that's a very good point.
madness.
So, Jean, I'm going to leave it up to you, Newman. Do you attack the statues, these sort of semi-transparent wraith-like figures who are kind of massing around, or the tall figure who is looming over these three teenagers with their backs to you?
I think in that, not necessarily in any order. He's just gonna. It's like lashing out. There's no common sense there's no logic to it. It's just gonna be lashing out. If his eyes are on the pallid figure, then he's gonna shoot at that. If one of these wraiths come past and they've got a mask on, he's gonna at that. If he runs past the
Okay,
statue,
yeah.
he's
I
probably gonna
mean,
have a
yeah,
pop
all
at
right,
that.
yeah, yeah. I mean, you've got a number of rounds in your shotgun. I will say that the figure, the crowned figure, the king, if you like, is looking right at you. He's also looking right at you, Rico. He's also looking right at you, Heather. He's also looking right at you, Martha. But let's start with Rico because he's the fastest. The king is stepping down and looks like he's about to lift this bowl from the pedestal in front of the three teenagers. But yeah, Rico, go for it.
Rico is babbling, shouting semi-incoherently in really rapid fire Mexican Spanish, far more rapid fire than I'm capable of. And having rolled a 3 on a D7,
Okay,
which
cool.
is sort of the extended family here, he's going to just move forward as far as he needs to unload a short-range shotgun blast into the middle of the three teenagers, because starting counting with the king, that's the third person
All
in line.
right. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. How close do you want to get in order to do this? Do you want to get, so with it's the shotgun you're using, that shotgun's got different amounts of damage depending on how close you are. Do you want to get right
I
up
would
close?
prefer to get within the 10-yard limit, so
There is nothing that's going to stop you from doing that. And please, yeah, roll me a. Okay.
I'm going to let that miss because I'm not capable of.
Yeah. Fantastic. There is a definite reaction to that, though. The figures with their backs to you, they kind of turn, and you realize they've all got masks on. And who's next? Next is Jean Pinoit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm marching through. I'm assuming I'm marching towards the king.
Yeah,
But
you can.
if they turn around with their masks on as well, it might be well that they kind of.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I'm going to copy.
Yeah, let's have a bit of a random action going into this.
Yeah, let's go with a 1d4, let's say, the king,
Okay.
and then was there 3?
3 figures standing in front of the king, and obviously there's the other one. So
Oh, have I just rolled 4?
you just rolled 4, yeah. So is the king number 1 on your d4?
Yes,
Okay.
he is.
Go
So
for
that's
it.
going to be one of the students.
Yeah. So you just rolled a 4 on a 4. You didn't roll a d4 yet.
There you go.
Okay, so
There
it's
you go.
all right. So 1, 2, 3. I think that's probably the same person that
Yeah.
a young African American boy wearing a hoodie top, jeans, trainers. That's pretty much what they're all wearing. Yeah, pull the trigger, mate.
I will. Oh,
Okay, again, it goes wild. Martha, you can do something now if you want. These 2 guys have just
Martha
tried to shoot
sees-
the guy that
Yeah.
you think is probably Franklin Dubois.
Martha
The other 2
Martha
figures are white.
sees both of the officers turn their guns towards the students and screams, "No!" And excuse me. You know what? I'm gonna see. Since both of them are shooting in the same general direction. Let's see. Who am I going to try to stop? So 1 will be the detective and 2 will be Rico.
Okay.
Okay. So she is going to run to Rico since he's the one who was pointing the gun first at the students. And she is going to try to, push the barrel up or at least knock him over or stop him somehow.
I think probably
She's going to charge.
Yeah. You charge up to Rico and try and wrestle the
Rico.
gun away from him. I think Rico's probably going to fight back using the gun as a melee weapon. What do you reckon?
That was my exact thought.
Fantastic. So, yeah, Martha, would you like to make a fighting brawl roll to try and
Oh, sure.
point the gun in a different direction to where it's pointing just now?
See.
Oh.
Ah,
Oh, okay. So,
damn.
unless, Martha, you want to spend enough luck to get it down to 35, you're going to get smacked around the face with a shotgun.
45. Hold on, doing math. 35, 45, 10. That's 11 points of luck, I think.
That
Am I
is,
calculating that correctly?
16 points of luck to get it down to 35.
16 points of luck. You know what? I still have quite a bit of luck left. So yes, I am actually going to drop the 16 points of luck.
Okay.
And
So
I am going to make that a normal success.
fantastic. So Rico, you tries to smack you with it, but the 2 of you are now struggling over this gun, which is pointing into the air somewhere. And Heather Long, you are now in. Well, who are you? Who are you this round?
Yeah. So I have a I have a pretty good background in the occult. Do I have any idea how to disrupt, stop, shake myself out of what's going on, or am I just where I am?
You don't know what's happening to you just now because you're in your bout of madness. You are whoever you think you are in this moment.
Yeah, this is going to end badly. I will preface this by saying
it's all going well so far. Steve, go for it. I think we got this. Seconds away from solving it.
I think the only thing she can think to do is to perform that next line that she pulled out earlier, which RQ has kindly provided for us in the chat, and this is going to go extra well.
I take no responsibility.
I defy you and your ambitions for the throne, false king. This will end well, yes.
Okay, so you stand there, calling out to the Yellow King, defying him as he stares implacably at you through his pallid mask.
Yes.
And I'm gonna. I was just making a decision there, but yeah, I think the king stops what he's doing. He was about to pick up this bowl. He releases it, and he stares at both Rico and Pinoit at the same time, and he leans back slightly. His arms sort of open in a kind of a almost an expression of a gesture of welcoming, and his robes twitch, and flashing out are these tatters, these kind of strips of tattered yellow robes. Three of them flash out towards Rico, three of them flash out towards Pinoit, and they are razor sharp. And yeah, some things are going to happen. Let me just see. So, Rico, I'm going to give you the opportunity to try and do something about this if you want. That's not what I meant to do. But obviously, you are in your bout of madness.
Exactly, and I'm also in a wrestling match with Martha at the moment.
Well, that's a
So
point, actually. Yes, I think he's just. In fact, that yeah, you're in a wrestling match with Martha. I think he's going to ignore you. 6 of these tatters come out towards Pinoit.
Thanks, Rico.
well, it was either that or I was going to shove Martha in front of them. So.
Yep, I knew that was coming.
Picked that up in the
Yes,
academy.
that's right. Yeah, you're.
It's like,
you're
no, I'm a human shield at this point. I know I am.
So that's a hard success. If you want to try and avoid that, it was 8 points of damage somehow, Pinoit.
I don't know if he'd be
The next
sane
one's
enough.
also a hard success. For another 3 points of damage.
Oh.
Okay.
In fact, hang on a sec. Let me just double check something. Because he's effectively outnumbering you. No, it's just a hard success. The next one is another hard success. Do you want to try and avoid any of these?
I don't think he's going to be able to avoid any of these. I think maybe in this moment he just kind of like turns and sees the king face, almost face to face, locks eyes, and is unable to actually do anything in this moment.
So 6 of these tatters flash out from the king in yellow and slice through Detective Jean Pinoit. Do you want to describe exactly what result these razor sharp tatters cutting you to pieces have?
I think there's a moment where Pinoir is able to turn. He raises his shotgun, and then these tatters just kind of whip through. And whoever's watching, they kind of see like the left forearm fall and drop. The gun leans, the right forearm. Then one of the legs drops, the body falls, and the head just kind of rolls. And it's just literal kind of dismemberment, but in the most beautiful, artistic way you could imagine. It's almost pristine. I'm sure
Martha.
there's a number of Fibonacci sequences within the slices that have been made there.
Yeah. Martha, you
Yes.
see Detective Jean Pinoit sliced into pieces before your very eyes. Could you please make me a sanity roll?
Yep. Being the last of the last sane one, and tradition holds, so that's appropriate. Newman dies first. Okay.
Yeah, one has to do it.
And there's the fail.
Okay.
Yes.
Could you please roll a d6?
Alrighty.
Just one. Wow.
Oh.
You're still off the indefinite?
Still off.
Okay.
Still
You didn't
got-
like him that much. Um,
He was an arrogant prick.
And his character.
um, so I think as we are kind of we're running quite late now. I'm going to bring this to a conclusion. Tell me what your final actions are after you see Detective Jean Pinoit sliced apart. Martha, you're struggling with Rico and the shotgun. Heather, you're kind of in a world of your own. You're proclaiming yourself with each passing moment. You're taking on a different character. Um, what what happens to each one of you? Martha, you are still in your right mind, just and no more. But the
Yeah.
horrors of what's happening around you are perhaps almost too much to bear. So
I
let's
think
have a
yeah. I
kind of
think Martha, she, after Pinoit falls to pieces, as she figured he probably would eventually in the face of everything. She kind of turns, it's almost in slow motion. She turns and looks into the crazed eyes of Rico and realizes that and the figures and the wraiths that are floating around beyond him, the statues, and to feel the gaze of from that pallid mask, the wreathed head and the tatters. And her only thought goes back to she was there to save a child. She lets go of the gun and turns and goes towards the figure that is more than likely what's left of Franklin.
Okay.
And she doesn't even try to take the mask off. She embraces him, wrapping her arms around him, and whispers in his ear, Franklin, if y'all are in there, I know your mama loves you. She loves you more than anything on this earth. If you are there, please, please, let's go. Let's come back. And she tries to move him to step backward with him in her arms, and tries to step back away from this figure in yellow, and from just trying to keep her mind focused on him, trying to move him, trying one step at a time.
He will not move. He pushes you away as you try to do so. And something moves in the mist behind the king. But before we find out what that is, let's hear from Heather.
Yeah. So vaguely in the back of her mind, she registers, oh, nice special effects as the detective falls. But she's still in the moment. Along the shore the cloud waves break, the twin suns sink behind the lake, the shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Strange is the night where black stars rise, and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. The songs that the Hyades shall sing, where flap the tatters of the king, must die unheard in dim dark Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead. Die thou unsung, as tears unshed shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. And those are her last words.
And as the spectral figures gather and surround you, you sing the song of Casilda. They reach out towards you, and each touch from each of these spectral figures draws out a little piece of you, a little memory, a little piece of your soul, until there is nothing left of Heather Long, and she is a spectre too. What about Rico?
So Rico, taking another step into his paranoid delusion, is going to hit on the note of jealousy and is going to move forwards to one of the three teenagers, probably not the same one that Martha did, because she's in the way at that point, and just go in Spanish yet again. But you all did this to keep everything from me. You never gave me anything but hurt. Now I take what is mine, and I will tear a mask off and slam it on my face.
Fantastic. And you get this, when you place the mask on, you get this sudden moment of realization and understanding that a great journey awaits you. A journey through the stars, a journey to a distant land, to a lost kingdom, to a lost city, a journey to Aldebaran, to Carcosa. And as you realize that, the mist stirs above the king, and Heather, the last thing you see is bursting through the mist, just a handful of feet above you, a great, huge winged creature. Could we please reveal the great, huge winged creature? And this is what you see as it swoops down upon you, its tattered wings, bat-like wings expanding. It's the size of a small horse. Its great taloned claws reach out, grab you, and its wings flap, and it flies up and up and up into the sky before releasing you. And your body plunges down towards the earth. And back in the New Orleans Police Department, Detective Willem Dupree sits, flicks through lists of police officers, and the names Pinoit, Rico Garcia, Heather Long, and Martha Foster change and twist and disappear from the pages as you all become unremembered. And that is where we shall draw our curtain on tonight's Playhouse production of Heinrich Moore's Unremembered.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Spike. That was a superb superb rendition of Unremembered, and I know that you did it at double time as well, because of the time we had. That was absolutely fantastic.
Not quite double time. Didn't quite make it in 3 hours, I'm afraid, or even 3.5. But I did it in under 4, which I count as a win. Thank you all so much for bearing with me while we
really good fun, really good fun. And Heinrich, as and when you're watching this, whether you're watching now, watching later, great scenario, really good fun.
Yes,
really exciting. Yeah, really exciting. What we'll do then, because you know, we want to, yeah, of course it was one of Heinrich's, yeah, quite right. Quite right. What we're going to do is we're going to whip through. What I'm going to do 2 things, okay? So first thing, so we'll go Steve, Heather, Staffan, and then back to Spike. And I'll jump in there somewhere. Just one thing that you really enjoyed about the scenario, And then also, as we're going across, just remind us where we can find you, because you guys are all wonderful human beings. You're the best human beings out of the species thus far. So yeah, just give us a shout out as to yeah, where we can find you and what you do. So Steve, start us off, my friend.
Sure. So my favorite part, I love the whole stretching, spinning vertigo of Hall. As someone who occasionally gets vertigo, yeah. But my name is Steve. You can find me on the socials at Tall Halfling, sometimes Tall Halfling RPG. You can find me this Wednesday over on Sword and Key, playing some Call of Cthulhu. Yes, the investigators are all felines. And you can find me on the 29th over on Nerds with Dice, running my own game of 10 Candles. The only other thing I'll add is that when I was quickly Googling for what would the lines be, found a quote that, oh boy, does it fit? Beware the pallid mask, for beneath it lies the true face of madness.
I like it. Same as a year 7 class. Heather, what was your favorite bit? And then let us know where we can find you.
Oh goodness. I loved for me being a former theater kid. So this, and because this dealt with the theater and with, the masks and the whole aesthetic of that and having that basis. It's like, as any description of the theater and, the back rooms and finding all the accoutrement. And if we had had more time, obviously, the investigators could have gone through and seen a lot more of it and really kind of brought that atmosphere and environment to it. Absolutely plays right into that, my background and my love of theater as it is. So absolutely adore that. As for who I am and where you'll find me, my name is Heather Ashcraft. Again, I am, again, Valygirl Heather. You can generally find me on pretty much almost all the socials except the one under the singular letter. That's a dumpster fire because I absolutely do not, because it is absolutely not worth it. But generally, you're going to find me a lot on Discord. More than likely, you're going to find me through Symphony Entertainment. I do some of the live, the actual plays through that. Old Ways podcast, big there. Obviously here on the Playhouse. Once again, thank you once again to the Playhouse, to you, Newman, and everybody else to let me come play in this lovely establishment. But I'm also an original member now of a new group called Lightless Beacons, and we have been recording and producing some fantastic content that is coming together that we will be basically premiering and busting out onto the interwebs as of Halloween. So just a few short weeks, you'll see all that. In person, I am headed to Madison, Wisconsin next week for Gamehole Con. I'll see at least one person there, right, Stefan? So I will be back live on the Old Ways podcast stream. I am actually going to be game mastering a live game from Gamehole Con with a couple of folks from the Old Ways podcast. So, and doing some interviews.
Amazing.
So keep an eye out on their Twitch next week. You'll see me pop up a few times.
Oh, nice one. Amazing. That does sound amazing. Make sure you chuck that link around as well as and when that goes live. Staffan, favorite bit and where can we find you?
Well, my favorite bit is just a huge shout out to Heinrich for crafting a really well-layered onion of a scenario where every bit leads into everywhere else and it all builds and it's completely internally consistent and just absolutely a pleasure to play through. As to who I am, I'm Staffan Tjärnström, but that's too difficult to pronounce, so I just go by RQStaffan. And basically, yeah, as of Wednesday night, you'll find me in Madison, Wisconsin. If I'm not online lurking in whatever channel you think you're safe from me from.
Nice. I like a nice casual threat there. Spike,
Hello.
favorite bit, and where can we find you?
I mean, what's my favorite bit? It kind of changes. I've run this a few times. It kind of changes, but I think I've got two. I think I've got two favorite bits of the scenario. I think it's one of my favorite scenarios. I'll say that. I think Heinrich's done a great job on it. But I think my two favorite bits are the moment where there's the first realization that everything's going a bit weird, which is generally speaking, it's the corridor, but leading into that moment, you open the bedroom and you see what's on the wall. Because that's the kind of that's the switch flick kind of moment, I think. But I love the ascent up the stairs into the court of the Yellow King as well. I think that's a fantastically described and imaginative and strange and terrible image. But yeah, so I mean, there's lots of good bits, and a lot of it depends on what the players do as well, So because the players make the good bits really as well, just as much as the scenario itself. As for me, yeah, you can find me lurking around various discords, and I'm on that dumpster fire still, but I don't really do anything other than use it to promote my own podcast, Mr. Spike's Bedtime Stories. And as I say, there's a little tale that should be coming out tomorrow evening about this time. But yeah, about this time tomorrow, it should be available for insertion into your ear holes.
Ooh. Fantastic. Well, just as we're leading to a sign off, then a huge shout out to Don't Stop Me Now, who is currently backstage, having done all of the
Couldn't have done it without you.
Technicalities, all those things. Yeah, Miranda's actually absolute dude, I think is what
Miranda is a dude.
Miranda has on the top of their CV. I think that is the title of the curriculum vitae. Absolute dude. So thank you. Absolutely fantastic work back there. And I think my favorite moment, I have to say, has to be Mr. Spike. It's wonderful playing with you all.
Am I a moment?
But you are. You're a moment in my life, but you're a repeatable moment. And every time I play with you, Spike, I think it's because you enjoy language so much and you enjoy the atmosphere so much that you have a fantastic way of creating an environment, the visual imagery that we all work on. So thank you, because it's such a great keeper, Spike. I've played with you now in a couple of systems and you are absolutely awesome. So thank you for that.
I mean, you're not wrong. I am quite awesome.
You are awesome, 100%. And I've always said you're incredibly modest as well. Incredibly modest.
That's one of my most awesome qualities, is my modesty.
But yeah, absolutely.
What a gentleman.
Modest and humble. Speaking of modest and humble, you can find me at the Miskatonic Playhouse on all of the socials under Miskatonic Playhouse or TA Newman. You can find my scenarios at Drive Through RPG, one of which has gone gold, which is quite a lovely little early Christmas present. So yeah, check us out, come find us, get in touch. If you like what we're doing here at the Miskatonic Playhouse, we're always looking to develop and evolve what we're doing, and you can help us with our Ko-Fi, which is ko-fi.com/Miskatonic Playhouse. And you can support us for as little as £1, or I believe that's about $1.20, and that goes all back into the Playhouse. No one's walking away with a paycheck, because I wrote them and steal it. We're all going back into all the wonderful work we're doing. So please, if you can support us or involved or get community or get involved in anything we're doing, please do. We love the community. That's what we're all about. And on that note, we'll say good night and until next time, when the curtain rises again.